open, I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and paying respect to their elders both past and present. Do we have any apologies this evening? Is there an apology from Councillor Chedra? Oh, she's here. Oh, okay.
No, I'm here. I'm online, sorry.
I can see you. Sorry about that. So there's no apologies. We do begin the meetings with a notice of webcasting just to let all of the speakers in the public gallery know that the proceedings are broadcast live onto YouTube and recorded there for posterity. And we let you know that at the beginning of the meeting so that you're aware that there are legal consequences to statements that you make in the public domain. Okay, we'll need to move to accept Councillor Chedra's request to attend tonight's council meeting via audio-visual link. I'm happy to move that way, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Welcome, Councillor Chedra. Are there any disclosures of interest tonight, councillors? Councillor Stevens.
Mr Mayor, yes, I declare that I have a significant pecuniary interest with respect to item 15, Inner West Heritage Program, as a relative has a property interest, her principal place of residence within a proposed heritage conservation area, and accordingly I will leave the chamber for the deliberation and voting on the residential heritage component of that item.
Okay, thank you for that. Have you provided that wording to the minute taker?
I provided the form to the minute to governance.
That's been captured on the screen. Further disclosures, Councillor Ockie.
Yes, I'd like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 36, Notice of Motion Newtown Festival, as I work at the City of Sydney in the Office of the Lord Mayor, which is the subject of the recommendation. So I'll remove myself from the chamber for voting on that item.
Okay, thank you for that. Further disclosures, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 15, the Inner West Heritage Program, specifically the residential component of the Heritage Program, as my employing member lives in one of the areas being considered for listing as a new heritage conservation area. I will remove myself from the chamber for discussion and voting on that particular aspect of the item. I declare more. I declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 17, the local traffic committee meeting of the 15th of May, as I work in the Office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as a member for Summerhill, as a representative on the traffic committee, I will remain in the chamber for discussion and voting as the member's vote is exercised through a representative. And I declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 39, drag story time, as I was the former chair of Rainbow Families New South Wales. I will remain in the chamber for discussion and voting as my family will not directly benefit from the event as I no longer play an active role in the organisation.
Thank you for that. Are there any further disclosures? I'll just wait until the minute takers have recorded all of Councillor Howard's disclosures.
Mayor, can I just correct my conflict of interest? It's on item 36, not 26.
Yep. Thank you for that. Does it need the reason for Councillor Howard's non-significant non-pecuniary interest in the last sentence? Okay, so the advice is that it's been recorded and will be accurately reflected in the minutes. Any further disclosures?
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Stamoulis?
Item 36 needs to be corrected to reflect that it's the Newtown Festival.
Thank you for that. Thank you. You can just read item 36. It doesn't need to list the wording of the item. Okay, there's no further disclosures. Will someone move their acceptance? Sorry, Kobe. Councillor Chedra.
That's okay. I'd like to also declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 17, the local traffic committee meeting. I am the member for Balmain and have a representative on the local traffic committee. I will remain in the meeting during the discussion and the vote because it's exercised through our representative, and I don't think it's a concern.
Thank you for that. Okay, and again, the reasons for that, which are identical to Councillor Howard's, will be recorded accurately in the minutes. Any further disclosures? Complicated meeting tonight. I'm happy to move the acceptance of those disclosures. Councillor D'Arienzo will second that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 9th of May. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? If not, will someone move their adoption? Moved by Councillor Scott, the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. We'll move on to the public forum, for which we have a very large number of speakers tonight. I'm just going to read through the list of items for which there are speakers. If you are here to speak to an item and that is not listed now, then you need to come and let us know, because it means there's been some kind of problem with your registration. So, the items are item 2, condolence motion for John Ward. Item 3, condolence motion Judy Finlason. Item 63, Mayoral Minute Inner West Theatre Guild. Item 4, Delivery Program, the budget. Item 5, Macarthur Parade Heritage Listing. Item 8, Inner West Cycling Strategy and Action Plan. Item 10, Marrickville Mosaics. Item 12, Henson Park Public-Private Partnership. Item 15, Inner West Heritage Program. Just note that there are 4 registered speakers in support of that, where the Code of Meeting Practice only allows for 3. So we might see whether we can combine a couple of those speakers, or if there are separate issues that need to be addressed, which is entirely possible, then we can give dispensation for that. Item 18, Planning Industry Professionals Workshop Summary. Item 21, Inner West Council Service Charter. Item 33, Notice of Motion Support for Inner West Organisations. Item 38, Notice of Motion Greenway Community Forum. Item 40, Notice of Motion Trial of Extended Hours at Henson Park. And item 45, Henson Park Lighting. Anyone who is here to speak to an item that wasn't just articulated? Very good. So, we'll go to our first speaker on item 2, our only speaker on item 2, the condolence motion for John Ward, which is Alex Lofts, the former Deputy Mayor of Ashfield. Alex, just before you begin, I'll let everybody know that under the Code of Meeting Practice, you're entitled to speak for 3 minutes. We're not in the practice of extending time for speakers from the public gallery, because tonight we have well over 24, maybe over 30. And if we extend time for everyone here, then we're here till about midnight or later. So after 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you'll hear this sound, and that's an indication that it's time for you to work up to your very moving crescendo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to honour John Osler Ward, who passed on April 29th, 2023. He led an extraordinary ordinary life, though no life led so well is ever ordinary. He served on this council in this chamber, or on the former Ashfield Council in this chamber, for 18 years, from 1977 until 1995, and was mayor from 91 to 95. But he was no time server. John Ward was a person who tirelessly worked to make a difference to our community, and he did make a difference. He's one of the people who inspired me to stand for council way back then. When he witnessed yet another significant historic building in Smith Street being demolished, he he decided he needed to help form the Ashfield and District Heritage Society, which is now 50 years old this month. He was a reminder that battles can be won, but the battles return to be fought again. And many of the buildings in the HCAs, heritage conservation areas that exist in Ashfield, are partly his doing and that of the Historical Society. He taught people there's no fear in having your house listed or in being in a heritage conservation area, and there are many benefits. He's a life member of both the Ashfield Historical Society and the Haverfield Association. There's a picture of he and Jack Mundy, walking down our street in Kensington Road. He had serious accomplishments, but he also had a wonderful sense of fun. He once jokingly told me of his most failed public campaign, and that was saving the Bennelong tram sheds on Bennelong Point. When I said that the Opera House didn't turn out too bad, he said, "But Alex, you should have seen those tram sheds." He also established bike paths. He was big on tree planting, a lot of the nature reserves we have due to him. He was also a renowned medieval scholar and historian. He was noted for dressing up in full papal regalia, medieval regalia, of Pope Pius IV, but I can also hear his voice saying, "No, it wasn't Alex, it was Pope Constantine V or whatever." And he would give satirical dissertations from the Juliet balcony on his terrace. He gave that to me to wear once to a school historic day and taught me how to properly bless people at a distance, because the church was already somewhat tarnished by then. John Ward was a progressive community representative and leader, a defender of left-wing politics at all levels of government. He was a generous supporter of those who earned his respect and for causes that he considered to be for the betterment of social good. His life is worth celebrating, worth remembering, worth emulating. Val John Ward, beloved husband for 60 years of Gail, much loved father of Hilton, Tara and Kate, adored grandpa of Marcel, Gabriel and Jessie, treasured father-in-law of Dina, Walter and Toby, and a wonderful neighbour and friend. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alex. For item 3, there are 3 speakers. The first is former Councillor Colin Hesse.
Thanks, Councillor Byrne and councillors. I speak on the motion moved by or brought to a council by Councillor Langford on the passing of Judy Finlason, OAM, in April this year. Like John Ward, an amazing contributor to our Inner West community. I'll start with an aphorism. If you want to build a ship, don't herd people together to collect wood, and don't assign them tasks and work, but rather teach them to long for the endless immensity of the sea. I think in a sense that kind of sums up the person that Judy Finlayson was. Judy was particularly interested in working for the future of children, both in children's services, and I'm sure another speaker will talk about that, and in nature, and I'm sure that Peter Stevens will talk about that aspect as well. I want to talk about particularly Judy's contribution to Marrickville and the Addison Road Community Centre, which has been around now for nearly, in community hands, nearly 50 years. Thanks in particular to the Department of Urban and Regional Development, headed by the late Tom Uren, who, when the Army moved out in the 1970s and 1975, the local council, Marrickville Council, and indeed the local federal member wanted to turn it into housing. What DIRD under Tom Uren decided, and with strong lobbying from particularly the ethnic community and Judy Finlayson and the people around her in Kids Activity Newtown, Cairn, they decided that in fact the community needed space, the expression of the community needs, something that really should never go out of fashion. When the Army moved out in November 1975, for rather obvious reasons for those of us who were around then, Judy leapt in, and I quote from Sue Castrique's brilliant book, One Small World, on the history of the Addison Road Community Centre. Judy, to help keep the site secure, Judy Finlayson, the coordinator of the Kids Activity Newtown, organised a holiday camp. In other words, she and organised the children and parents of the area to occupy the Addison Road Army Camp to keep it for the community. They were joined enthusiastically by members of the Greek community and other ethnic communities in the inner west. And Judy Finlason, in effect, became a coordinator for the embryonic community centre, which gave rise to reverse garbage, Greek theatre, so many things which really Marrickville Inner West couldn't believe that it didn't have before and would be bereft without. Judy, I think, was driven by not just that commitment to children and the next generation, but by her feminist ideals and those of the women and the community members around her, and a belief that our built and natural environment had to be worked together by our political leaders to make sure that we have a good place to live. And that, I think, is Judy's lasting legacy. Not just that she played a key role in providing places like the Addison Road Community Centre, the Big Yellow Bus, after-school care, and the Walleye Creek Regional Park, but that it's really about the future. I have to say, in ending my contribution, Judy, to my knowledge, was never a member of a political party, though she supported individuals who she believed were good representatives of the community. But she was also a fierce advocate, regardless of a person's political affiliations, for the community, first, last, and in the middle. That was her agenda. We have been well served by people like Judy, and I think the modest request from Councillor Langford to provide a tree in Judy's memory would be a wonderful and lasting memorial to Judy's memory and the contribution she has left, not just to the inner west and inner southwest of Sydney, but to Sydney as a whole. And indeed, I know Judy worked with Aboriginal communities in far western New South Wales in childcare, for the people of New South Wales as a whole. Judy Finlason is irreplaceable, and I personally, having known Judy for nearly 40 years, am so lucky to have known her. I commend the motion to all councillors, and thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Former Councillor Hesse. I'll just note that went for about 5 minutes. Probably Colin's not able to hear the bell online, but I will try.
Sorry, I apologise.
That's okay. I will try very respectfully to ensure I recognise that condolence motions are about more than time limits, but I will try to keep everybody to time if we can, because we've got a huge agenda tonight. The next registered speaker is Peter Stevens of Bexley North.
Hi, can you hear me? That's the first question.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, look, I'm going to try and compensate for Colin's lengthy eulogy of Judy. You've got before you in the minutes, or in the agenda papers, the obituary that was prepared for, and I can't sort of expand too much on that, but I do want to say, from the perspective of the Walleye Creek Preservation Society, she was a founder of the organisation. She was an active member until the very last years of her life. She was president, she was this, she was that. She organised huge amounts of things with that special focus on children's activities at all times. We miss her dreadfully already, and there is going to be periods when her influence on policy and action is going to be sorely missed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for that. Our next speaker is Pauline O'Kane of Ultimo. Pauline, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this piece on Judy. I'm the CEO of Network of Community Activities, and Judy was the founder of our organisation, which is a peak agency for New South Wales that supports the outside of school hours sector. And I know as a council you run outside of school hours services, so I commend you on that. But what I want to talk about is that Judy was an advocate for children, the community arts and the environment, as the former speakers have said. She was a real trailblazer in her work, and she was remarkable advocate for children in middle childhood in their out of school hours time. She's been a pivotal figure in Network of Community Activities, and formed the network and was the first coordinator and worked there until she retired. As mentioned previously, she was at the forefront of reverse garbage, Addison Road Community Centre and the Magic Yellow Bus, much loved by educators, teachers and parents. She was a driving force for children and community arts. And in her earlier days, she could often be found at the wheel of the Magic Yellow Bus. Judy did make a difference to a lot of people's lives, mine included. She knew how to bring people together and how to encourage people to do things that they never thought possible. She was creative, energetic, an amazing communicator, but she was also humble, thoughtful, compassionate, wise, generous, loyal, bold, and passionate. Judy was an inspiration to all who'd met her, and she had credentials across a broad range of fields, including child health, community development, community arts, human rights, children, play, the natural environment. She had an infectious passion for people, and I went to many festivals right up until nearly when Judy passed away, where she would be the kite maker at inner city festivals, making her beloved kites with children. She knew how to build communities and create networks that actually were passionate about making change in their community. Although 92 can be considered a good age, Judy remains a passionate advocate for children, the environment, and multiple other causes right until the end. My life, like many, has been deeply enriched by knowing Judy, and we can be thankful for everything she did for our community and beyond. The world will never be the same without Judy, and we need more Judy Finlaysons in the world. Thank you for acknowledging Judy tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thanks very much, Pauline, and to all of the speakers in regards to the condolence motions. Item 63, Griffin Edge, representing the Inner West Theatre Company. Griffin, are you here?
Yeah, hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Griffin Edge. I'm a resident of Lilyfield and a long-time inhabitant of the Inner West. As administration assistant for the Inner West Theatre Company, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. The Inner West Theatre Company represents a new era and vision for Canterbury Theatre Guild. With rich history spanning 45 years, the Guild has consistently delivered outstanding, community-centered theatre experiences for performers, creatives, set builders, musicians, audio engineers, lighting designers, and audiences alike. Recognizing that the majority of performers and audience members of the Canterbury Theatre Guild reside in the Inner West community, we feel we can address the lack of a community-driven, non-profit theatre company within the Inner West Council region. Coincidentally, this region boasts one of the highest rates of participation in the performing arts. However, people travel outside the Inner West to participate. Hence, we propose the rebranding of Canterbury Theatre Guild as the Inner West Theatre Company. Our inaugural production under this new banner is the timeless musical, The Wizard of Oz, set to grace the stage of Petersham Town Hall in early September of this year. However, with the transition of our company name and the relocation of our rehearsal and performance spaces, we find ourselves in need of additional support in marketing this exciting new opportunity to Inner West residents. With the invaluable assistance of the Council's marketing efforts, our goal is to not only promote the upcoming show as an affordable and accessible means of experiencing musical theatre in our community, but also to raise awareness of the future opportunities available for all residents to explore, develop, and showcase their theatrical talents. We would like the opportunity to collaborate closely with the Council, seeking guidance on the most effective and suitable means of promoting this endeavour across various platforms and channels. Our central mission is to bring the arts to our vibrant community. With the Council's invaluable support, we are confident in our ability to turn this vision into reality. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much. For item 4, the budget, we have Jack Breen from Tempe.
Thanks. Hi all, thanks for the opportunity. I'm asking councillors here today to vote against the immediate harmonisation of rates. Council has not sufficiently consulted on the accelerated harmonisation schedule and has in fact tried to bury it in a feedback process for mundane annual documents that most citizens will not seek to engage with. The Your Say feedback did not include a question about accelerated harmonisation. Even the documents don't make a single mention of the change schedule. It's only briefly glossed over in Peter's explainer video and hidden at the bottom of documents in a collapsed panel. If it was made clear that residents were being asked about paying more or less rates, then people would certainly have been interested, but instead people are going to find out when they receive their bills in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Staff are trying to brief councillors that community feedback on this is 50% for and 50% against. There were literally 11 responses. Of those who managed to find the buried information about rates and made a comment, 4 were against changing it and only 2 were for it. The 8-year harmonisation was already agreed by councillors not long ago. How concerning that council staff have taken it upon themselves to support the wealthier parts of Inner West with reduced rates in the name of fairness. A quote from staff: "We share the parks, the pools, the libraries and the roads, so it's considered only fair that everyone contributes equally to the cost of the facilities. Sorry, but just because there's a brand new $50 million pool in Ashfield, that doesn't bring that pool any closer to Tempe. It's literally 2 kilometres further away from me than Gunyama Aquatic Centre in the City of Sydney Council, and I'm not expected to pay for its build cost with my rates. And the streetscapes, mowing, cleaning and general investment in the areas north of Parramatta Road is simply nowhere near what we have south of it, highlighted by the published council data where, during a sample period of last year, Inner West's northern suburbs were being mowed every 7.5 weeks, and our southern suburbs were being mowed every 11 weeks. The existing lawful amalgamation schedule has already been set by councillors till 2029 for a reason, to allow time for wards to catch up with the levels of service, facilities and investment over time. That's what's fair and reasonable. Leave it as the council had already voted. This does not change the council's bottom line, and no one was expecting this. Please vote against the accelerated harmonisation of rates.
Thanks very much, Mr. Breen. The next item is item 5, planning proposal Macarthur Parade. The first speaker is Philip Bull of Marrickville.
Excuse me. Thank you, councillors and staff, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name's Philip Bull. I'm a local planning consultant. I've been engaged by the Gravinas family that own 9 Macarthur Parade, and I've also discussed this proposal with the Delane family who own 7 and the Terzis family who own 13 Macarthur Parade. All these owners object to this proposal. They want to see the future of their site decided fairly and with an open process, and they share various concerns about this proposal, which I'll go through quickly now. To date, the proposal, or the process has been unfair and one-sided. There have been various public meetings to consider interim heritage orders and review this proposal. No one thought to actually invite the affected owners. Our view is the heritage listing actually lacks merit. Basically, these are 1920s spec-built project homes. They're not architecture design, they were built by a builder. Basically, there's a 1970s walk-up block of units in the middle of them. These buildings do not warrant heritage listing. The building that warranted heritage listing on this site was Sefton Hall, that was demolished 100 years ago. The planning proposal is inconsistent with adopted metropolitan, regional and local strategies. And in particular, what we would like to see is there was a strategy for this area, which was the housing investigation that was adopted by all the members of this council on the 9th of August 2022. That process was a comprehensive review of the area. It looked at a broad range of issues, including heritage. It had a heritage study attached to it. We would like to see that process recommenced and any heritage listing considered within that broader process. The final point I suppose we have is that the purpose and proponent of this planning proposal is unclear. It seems to us that this has been a resident, or rather a neighbour-driven proposal that's been initiated by the ward councillors. There are winners and losers in this proposal. It is basically a spot rezoning. There are four main economic determinants in an LEP: zoning, heritage, height, floor space. You're shifting value from put your hands up. You're shifting value from these residents to the neighbours. There's a huge economic benefit, and it disturbs me that the beneficiaries of this proposal are its main proponents. They're the people pushing it. The owners of this site have their land devalued. I will wrap up very quickly, I'm aware of 3 minutes. It's a very unfair process. There's a process in place that is fair. We'd like that process recommenced. We ask you to put this planning proposal aside, and I suppose I would just end on the note, how would you feel if your site was heritage listed by your neighbours? Because that's basically what's happening today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. The next speaker is Sam Gravanis of Dulwich Hill.
Hi, thank you for having me. As you can imagine, I was pretty surprised when I got the letter in the mail on the May the 20th for the possible heritage of our home. We had no knowledge that any of this was going on prior to this. We were aware that there was a group that were against heritage, but pro-heritage, but we were not consulted by anybody during this process. I appreciate all the views on this topic, but I think what is lacking right now is any kind of foresight. There is so much in the media right now about housing and renting, and there's just not enough action on this matter. I feel that there are so many people falling through the cracks and they're being left behind, especially some of the younger generations. The 4 homes that were mentioned about the 3 to 13 make up almost 5,000 square metres of land, and they're all within reasonable proximity of necessary transport and infrastructure. I'd like to personally see more young families being able to afford their own homes, as my family did when they purchased in 1991, for a fraction of what the property's worth now. Home ownership for young people is near impossible. Regardless of your income, the boat has sailed. I moved back home during COVID. My mum and brother were living in this 1,100 square metre home on their own, so it made sense for me to go back home. We have 6 bedrooms, and there's only 3 of them being used at the moment. It's a real waste to have such a big home and not many options to do much with the space that we have. Heritage listing a home of this size could potentially, really disadvantage a lot of people who are, looking for property and housing in the future. What I'm asking is that there is a fair process, and that we could actually look at what was agreed back in August, participate with the council to talk about what's happening with housing and find ways to deal with the land that we've got. We never have in the past expressed a desire to develop. We've never submitted a DA. We never really thought about the house is big enough for all of us. However, my younger brother, who's moving back to Australia, is wanting to start a family with his fiancée, and it's a perfect time to look at what we can do with the land that we have. We would ask council to schedule further meetings so we can explore the issue concisely, because if we were to heritage all the homes built in the 1920s that we have, there'd be no development at all. We need to change, and we need to grow with the times. Tenants are at the mercy at the moment of their landlords because there's just not enough housing supply on the market. It would be nice to be able to give back to the communities and explore options as to what we can do with all the space that we have, whether it be a dual occupancy or a subdivision. The reality is that there is a housing crisis right now, and in two or 3 years, it's going to be probably 10 times worse the way things are going. There's just nothing being done to address it. Too much talk and not enough time to make a decisive plan. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gravanis. And the last speaker or speakers, I have two people, Maria Terzis and Evelyn Drosinos.
Thank you for having us. We'd just like to put forward our objection to the heritage listing of 13 Macarthur Parade. A number of the issues were outlined by Mr. Bull, but we'd just like to have our little say. And we, first of all, we were denied a fair say in the process. We were never notified of the proposal. We actually found out about it from the neighbours. Our home is tenanted and the managing agent did not receive any information regarding this matter, and no attempt was made to contact us in any other means. In the age of technology, we find that unacceptable. The proposal does raise many questions and further clarification is required. What does a group listing mean? Why are the properties not looked at individually? Each property has its own features, its own characteristics and its own level of modifications. They should be looked at on their own merit, not as a group. The buildings are not rare. As Sam mentioned, if all the buildings in 1920 buildings in Dulwich were heritage listed, all of the houses in Dulwich will be heritage listed. Just look around the neighbourhood. And we believe that all the homes in the street should have the same consideration as our street and the people across the road. Most importantly though, the heritage listing will devalue our homes. Like Sam also mentioned, we have no plans to put a 64-storey building on 13 Macarthur Parade. We want to have the ability and the flexibility to do the things that we want to do on our property with no restrictions. And of course, if a plan does go to council, the council will have a look at the plan and make sure that it fits in with the strategic planning of the area. At the end of the day, our children will not be able to afford housing, and they will have this, and everybody else will have this property as something that they can use for their future housing. As ratepayers for over 40 years, I believe we have the right to have our questions answered before any planning proposal is allowed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. For item 8, we have one speaker, Neil Tonkin of Lilyfield.
Has everybody received a copy of this map? I emailed it to everybody and it was handed out as well. Okay, thank you, Mayor Byrne. I'm representing the Inner West Bicycle Coalition and we're talking about the cycling strategy and action plan. Most of us would have travelled here this evening by private car, some by public transport, very few by bicycle. Danger and lack of amenity are the reasons that many people do not cycle in our community. The Inner West Cycling Strategy is a comprehensive and clear document setting out the opportunities that active transport, particularly cycling, could bring to our municipality. Most of us are aware of the health, environmental and social amenity reasons that mobility by bicycle could bring to the Inner West. The strategy clearly lays out the challenges and the physical measures that need to be taken for cycling to become a viable alternative. The Inner West Bicycle Coalition endorses the strategy, noting that it is an evolving document. The action plan, however, will achieve much less than the goals laid out in the strategy. It only shows what actions are to be taken up to 2026. The strategy map shows, in pink, a comprehensive set of cycling routes that will have enhanced access and safety measures applied to make cycling viable. The routes marked in green are those, we've noted these marks in green, are those that the action plan will have completed by 2026. The vertical green route is the Greenway. The horizontal green route at the bottom is the cycleway and pedestrian way. It's going to be built by the Western Metro people. Both these projects will be fully funded by Transport for New South Wales. Apart from these two routes, very little of the strategy will be completed by 2026. We're given no time frame as to when the strategy will be completed. In addition, the majority of the funding for the remainder of these projects, that is pink, is dependent upon successful grants from the Get Active Grants program run by Transport for New South Wales. Progress on bicycle infrastructure building in the inner west has been glacial, I've said this before, and continues to be so, despite this new strategy. This council is not prepared to self-fund these cycleways and does not have dedicated engineer positions to apply for these bicycle facility grants. This is why our progress on providing cycleways has not matched the obviously viable cycleways being rolled out by the City of Sydney. Unfortunately, we cannot endorse the action plan because of its obvious deficiencies. We strongly recommend the Council engages full-time, dedicated cycling-aware engineers to develop and manage grant applications for these cycle routes. This will ensure there's shovel-ready projects to consistently win grant applications to fund the routes laid out in the cycle strategy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Neil. The next speaker is for item 10, and that is Rodney Anderson.
First, I wish to acknowledge that I'm standing on Wongal land, and I acknowledge them as the owners and traditional custodians of this land. I pay my respects to Wongal elders, past and present, and I also acknowledge any other Aboriginal people who may be at this meeting tonight. I wish to speak to the item regarding the mosaics on Marrickville Road and associated streets. And firstly, I'd like to thank all the councillors who supported the notice of motion that was presented by Mayor Byrne and Councillor Howard on April 11th, which resulted in this report, and I'd also like to thank the council officers involved in its production. Overall, I support the report, and I ask councillors to do the same. Going through the items, I believe the idea of using frames or trays in which to place the mosaics to enable future works without damaging them is a very good one. In fact, this system currently exists with 5 of the mosaics between Silver Street and Garners Avenue, which have been in place for almost 20 years in metal frames. It's working well. I'm also in complete agreement with the suggestion that the repair and relay of the mosaics, or the relaying, of the mosaics, be done in conjunction with future work on footpaths along Marrickville Road. It simply makes sense to do so. The one idea I do wish to question is in the 4th paragraph of the report. It says that partially repairing the mosaics would cause additional damage, and so to repair the mosaics, a third-party artist should be engaged to design and manufacture new tiles. It seems to me that this is the #1 suggestion leading to the expense of the exercise. It's important to remember that these mosaics are community creations. Having been in existence for nearly 30 years, they are part of our history and heritage. Creating new tiles is expensive and would diminish the heritage nature of the mosaics. The work on them was a labour of love for the people and organisations involved. They were not using specially created tiles, and the mosaics do not really need such tiles. I believe that the repair process should involve the people and community groups, and by doing this, costs can be kept down and the community can be re-engaged. We already have an investment in the mosaics, and their repair will be a reinvestment in both them and Marrickville Road. I believe that the community groups will be excited to be involved, especially the school groups. Finally, the idea offered in the last paragraph regarding community input into other forms of public art along Marrickville Road is exciting. There are areas that could be utilised to provide a continuation of the process begun 30 years ago. A walk along Marrickville Road can become a walk among the concerns, the dreams and the aspirations of several generations of Marrickville people. I respectfully ask the Council to vote positively on this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Rodney. Item 12, Henson Park Public-Private Partnership. The first speaker is Stuart McCarthy from the Newtown Jets.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. Newtown Jets support the recommendations being proposed tonight. This project has been a joint partnership between the AFL, Newtown Jets and Inner West Council, and the Jets have assisted in gaining both state and federal government funding for the upgrade. The club sincerely thanks the AFL and Inner West Council for their funding contributions, as it guarantees the future of our club, which is a foundation club of rugby league in Australia. Accordingly, we promise to keep providing affordable entertainment for the local community at our home games for many years to come. Henson Park is the heart and soul of the Newtown Rugby League Football Club and has been since 1936. We are pleased to share our spiritual home with the AFL and continue to work in partnership towards better outcomes for all. The upgraded facilities that this project will deliver guarantee high-quality sport for men and women, both junior and senior, and all ability athletes well into the future. I can also confirm we have reached agreement on the deed of agreement proposed tonight and look forward to it being executed. Again, on behalf of the Jets, many thanks to everyone for their support.
Thanks very much, Stuart. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, Stuart, the excellent work of the Jets in the upcoming Welcome Day to be held next Saturday, the 24th of June at Henson Park. It is not surprising to see the Jets taking a leadership role in inclusivity and promoting civil rights in the community, because that's something that you've done for a long time. But given some of the controversy that occurred last year with some rugby league teams being unwilling to have a rainbow on their jersey, I really think that's an important thing that you guys have done. And on behalf of the council, I want to thank you for that. The next speaker is Tiffany Robertson. I remembered Tiffany, but I didn't want to get your last name wrong, from the New South Wales AFL. And also seemingly an Annandale resident, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
You're a woman of discerning taste.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on item 12. I can also endorse that the AFL supports the recommendations put forward tonight. As the Mayor suggested, I am an Annandale resident, local Inner West Council, and also head of AFL New South Wales ACT. And we're excited to continue to work with all levels of our game on this project, the Newtown Jets Rugby League Club, Inner West Council, and our state and federal funding partners. I, at this time, also want to highlight the efforts of council staff in working with both ourselves and the Jets on these agreements being contemplated here tonight. Excitingly, the upgrade project will deliver much needed upgraded amenity to the Henson Park project for our community users, including the Newtown Breakaways, right the way through to our Sydney Swans AFLW program. And tonight I'm here representing all levels of our game. The project benefits for all users at this historic ground when this project will be completed will be immense. As I said, this contemplates both community use right the way through to our elite AFLW programs. Importantly, this licence for us contemplates access and tenure and security at the ground for both community through to our elite users. And that's really important. I just wanted to reiterate that point, that I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of our community users, right the way through to elite levels of our game. And the Jets have been nothing but overly supportive of partnering with us in this very important project. And for both codes, these upgraded amenities will provide a really unique experience at a very historic ground that's very special to both rugby league and now our AFLW programs, as we have the Sydney Swans becoming a tenant of the venue through this agreement. The AFL is, as I said, really committed to this project. This is the next step in us being able to advance to construction phase, and we would like to thank the Inner West Council management for their support and for council support, and thank you for your time tonight in consideration of the licence agreements.
Thanks very much, Tiffany. Okay, item 15, Inner West Heritage Program, which is a report with 1,000 pages. We've got 2 speakers against and 4 speakers for. Now, there's a lot of different issues that are in the Inner West Council Heritage Program. So I suspect that when we have 4 speakers in favour, they're actually not necessarily all speaking to the same element of the program. So given we'd only save 1 speaker anyway, I'm going to propose that we allow everyone to speak. But if you're one of the proponents of the resolution being adopted and someone before you has already addressed issues that you were planning to speak about, there's no need to speak about them twice. So I'll ask for your cooperation with that. The first registered speaker is Justin Simon of Summerhill.
Thanks, Mayor and councillors. So if we look at the inner west north of Parramatta Road, half of it is subject to heritage conservation areas. This includes all of Haberfield, all of Annandale and the whole Balmain Peninsula. If we look at land adjacent to the inner west line, it's a similar story. And now we're proposing to add another 1,300 lots to this scheme, mostly in Marrickville and Dulwich Hill. If I read through the Marrickville DCP, I see that you can't install solar panels if they're visible from the street. You can't build extensions visible from the street if they're higher than the existing roof. You cannot subdivide if it's a different pattern to the existing cadastre. You cannot amalgamate lots. In other words, there is very limited scope for the urban fabric to change, and that's by design. It shifts the primary purpose of these areas from housing people to being an open-air museum. We know this is the primary purpose because any change to accommodate people must first bow to this heritage conservation. It cannot change the streetscape. And I love museums, but looking at detached houses in these areas, the price for admission to these ones is $2 million, and that's too expensive for me to enter. Within 10 years, it'll be so great that even the most successful of professional couples won't be able to afford it, as is the case with the Haberfield HCA, now only penetrable if you are old money. We should not confuse preserving buildings with preserving the community, the demographics, or the vibe. In fact, the story is the opposite. If you look at heritage conservation areas, you see a consistent pattern. The median age creeps up steadily upwards, in the case of Haberfield, about 2 years every census. The percentage of non-English speakers drops precipitously. You're no longer getting that injection of migrants, small business owners and hospitality staff that comes with new housing construction. They're now having to drive in from Bankstown or Liverpool, if they come at all. It's your role as councillors to think about these factors because they are not considered in the report. The only mention of affordability is with respect to bungalows in the Albert Geldy estate in 1926. I urge you to reject these new heritage conservation areas and to consider what our housing needs are and what pattern of development we want. Because widespread low-rise and missing middle housing is impossible if the whole LGA is covered by heritage conservation areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin, for your succinct and articulate comments. The next speaker is Paul Mortimer of Marrickville.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Hello, hi. My name is Paul Mortimer. I live in Warren Road, so next to the Warren proposed heritage area. Look, and I'm a member of the Save Marrickville resident group. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Look, I believe that council and staff are doing a very good job, and I commend them for assessing these potential heritage conservation areas and starting the process of consulting with residents about these. This is an essential step in developing the new local environment plan for the Inner West and deciding where more housing will be built in the Inner West. And it's something which residents actually asked for last year. These potential heritage areas were identified in the 2022 heritage study. Look, I understand the concerns and calls by the Yes in My Backyard people and Simon, who I met tonight, hi Simon, that there needs to be more housing built. More housing will be built in the Inner West, and it is in everyone's interest that this be good quality development that is well planned with the appropriate heights and protection of heritage. This is best done through good planning by council and by involving communities. That way you can actually have more housing and at the same time protect the most important heritage buildings. Some people seem to feel that they want to give developers much more free rein to get around council planning controls. But if we did that, we would end up with a Sydney that is not a very good place to live, with higher density towers that have no transport, schools or parks. Yuck. I do believe that people that live in the Warren in Marrickville will support it being a heritage conservation area. They can still renovate and extend if they wish, and it will protect them for having a mansion built next door. I don't really understand the concerns of people who think that heritage is a problem, but we are all very concerned about the high cost of housing and rents. Many people are very rightly angry that they can't afford to buy a home. It's a huge problem. Developer groups have argued that the only solution is to build lots more apartments and less heritage protection. Of course they would believe that. We do need to build housing as Sydney grows, but don't think that that's going to reduce prices. There are lots of other levers available to federal and state governments to bring down housing prices. The largest ones are to wind back the tax breaks that advantage people who invest in housing and drive up prices. We also need to improve the tenancy laws that allow unlimited rent increases, and we need to build more social housing. In conclusion, this is no more than a sensible and normal assessment of a potential heritage conservation area and a proposal to start consultation with the community. And I might note that these areas being proposed are not even areas that have been suggested for high density housing in the future. So, thanks very much. Right on time.
Well done, Paul. Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Heather Davey of Marrickville.
Thank you. I'm Heather Davey, resident of Marrickville for 38 years, and my comments largely are concerning Marrickville. Thank you to Councillor De Lorenzo for the motion regarding the Inner West Heritage Program. When looking at the heritage maps for the three former LGAs, the former Marrickville LGA appears to be a heritage desert. This is not because there have not been heritage-worthy buildings or conservation areas, but because previous councils have not valued heritage. Silver Street, near the post office, part of the proposed Woodlands estate, is an example of such lack of respect for heritage. The council started buying properties in order to knock them down for a car park, with no consideration for the beautiful historic houses and terraces in the street. Fortunately, the plan failed. When the Sydenham to Bankstown Urban Renewal Project identified Silver Street as a potential 9-storey site, local residents were horrified to learn that this street did not have any conservation protection. And it is heartening to see the recommendation for the Woodlands estate. The 2022 report findings refer to the fact that many Marrickville period buildings have been demolished and replaced by contemporary infill, which is often intrusive in the streetscape and contrary to the wider area, and that there is a need for managing the heritage significance in the area. It notes further unsympathetic contemporary infill development has deteriorated the overall historic streetscape of Illawarra Road. Everyone accepts that increased population requires development and increased density. However, local residents have been appalled at the loss of period houses, church and shops, which have been replaced by cement or black buildings of poor design with no sensitivity to the character or streetscape. Many heritage buildings have been sacrificed, but the buildings that have gone up, the rents are extortionate. The cost of the housing is extortionate. It's not, getting rid of heritage does not mean that you will get cheaper rentals. Residents understand that there is great pressure from state government, developers, journalists and different interest groups to increase densities. Thank you for the 5 nominated areas in Marrickville. It's needed there. It's been neglected over many years. People come to Marrickville because they like the old houses, shops and the gritty character-filled streetscapes, and I would ask that all councillors please support the motion. There is a sense of urgency with Chris Minns' announcements last week We do need to protect what little heritage
I just
is
ask
left
you to
there.
conclude your remarks, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Next, we have Scott Macarthur of Tempe online. Scott, are you there?
I am. Hello. Can you hear and or see me?
Yes, both.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land I'm speaking from in Ngunnawal in Canberra at the moment. Thank you very much. I'm Scott Macarthur. I'm currently president of the Marrickville Heritage Society, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of the proposal to advance the consideration of the changes to the heritage listings on the LEP. I think some of the points that have been raised this evening are really interesting in the context of the debate about heritage, affordability, consultation, and representation. I think one of the things that council and their staff should be really doing is picking up on some of the vibes that came from the meeting at the Marrickville Bowling Club last year. That I think there are several councillors, including the mayor, and it was very strongly put to them that there needs to be more community consultation. Being quite protective of my society's reputation and abilities, we would like to point out that we were actually recommended the listing of the Warren estate back in 2015. And no one from council has come and asked us about the information that we have about that precinct or the photographs that were taken over the years to document the changes. So we really think there does need to be more outreach and consultation with the community. And you know, as was demonstrated in the discussion about the Macarthur Parade listings in Dulwich Hill, people don't like to be surprised by these changes. So I would endorse all the comments from the previous speakers supporting the advancement of the heritage studies, and really do encourage council and their staff and their consultants to reach out to the community that are invested, interested, and are a vast resource. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Scott. Next, we have Greg Jones of Newtown.
A bit of a backdrop to my talk will be a picture of my Inner West substations, which I'll just put here.
Nice. How many are on there?
Oh, 15 or so, something like that. Substations are too often overlooked. If they're noticed at all, people see just the weeds and just the graffiti. And they're unaware of the history. In the last century, as electrification progressed through our cities. As you can see from my poster there, a framed poster, they're all different. They weren't envisaged to be just boxes that transformers got stuck in. They were meant to blend into the environments in which they were built. Some were Georgian revival, some were Mediterranean, some were Federation designs, and some were of California bungalow design. They are an essential part of our industrial architectural heritage and should be preserved. I live in one, well, a decommissioned one, that has been made into a residence in Lennox Street, Newtown. I invite you to have a look at the irreplaceable brickwork that some craftsman did 100 years ago in building it. It could never be replaced. Their preservation is essential. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. And lastly, we have Kamal Atley of Lewisham.
Hi, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Just to pull you up just for one tick, sorry, Kamal. Greg, are you donating the artwork of the substations, or are you going to leave it there for the duration of the meeting?
No, donating it. No, it hangs on my wall.
Come and pick it up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll just leave it there. Well, I'll leave it there if you like.
No, I'd prefer if you picked it up.
Okay.
Don't give it away for free.
Thanks, mate. Any councillor who wishes to go and have a closer look at the artwork is able to. Kamal.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'll try and keep it brief. I've been a resident of Lewisham for almost a year now, but I've been in the inner west for most of my time that I've been living in Sydney, which is over 6 years, including Marrickville and Dulwich Hill. I am speaking against the proposal in item 15, mainly because heritage listing, especially done at this scale, just locks away land and properties where new housing for young people like me trying to find affordable rentals, or B, even get a foothold in the housing market, it makes that task almost insurmountable. We need more medium density housing, and in some places, where appropriate, high density housing apartments as well. I don't think that anyone wants to see mascot style towers popping up everywhere across the inner west. But if you look at developments that have already been put in place, such as what I think is the great Marrickville Road and Library renewal, you can see that you can actually put in new buildings with public spaces that brings the community together without destroying the fabric of the surrounding areas. I think we just need to take a step back and consider A, the repercussions of this, and B, the fact that, you know, we need to act as a city as a whole, but with the council, obviously, the powers are limited, and I don't think anyone's expecting the Inner West to solve the housing crisis by itself. That would be a magic feat that I would love to see, but that's not going to happen. But I think it's all part of, you know, everyone pulling their weight. Inner West has plenty of opportunity to put in more housing, especially considering we have two main train lines running through it. One of them being converted into a metro. We have a light rail running through it as well. It seems like a no-brainer, but putting up more heritage listings just locks up more land, prevents any more developments, and it's a win-lose situation, but the win is a handful of people. The lose is the rest of Sydney. So, yep, that's all I'll say, but thank you.
Thanks very much, Kamal. For item 18, we have Ray Stevens from Balmain. Ray's online. Hi, Ray.
Good. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address the council meeting in regard to item 18. I'm a local architect and I work predominantly in the inner city on behalf of local residents and organisations. Can I put to councillors, and for that matter, council's CEO, if you were members of a company board and received a report as to the state of the customer service that your firm was providing, like this one, how would you react? Would you not be horrified reading such things as those listed in this report? While I support most of the recommendations, I wish to highlight three major omissions from the report to Council. Firstly, the supposed performance indicators. The claim of 85 days for average approvals are misleading fabrication in my view. There is no point in looking at averages which include simple applications, procedural applications, minor corrections and tree removals all in the one average mix. A typical $500,000 alteration in a conservation area tells a completely different story in my experience. Approvals are more like 200 days upwards. There needs to be a finer grain of indicators, not a simple average which is meaningless. I suggest Council staff prepare a list of 3 or 4 categories of applications which can be benchmarked, not averages. Secondly, there is no additional resources recommended. Proper and timely assessment is a fundamental core activity of Council. I'm astounded to see that there is $0 implementing the proposed improvements. Improvements to the assessment process must include additional staff. It is very obvious that the current staff are completely overloaded. Without increase in staff levels, it'll be simple window dressing. Thirdly, there is no mention in the report of the consequences of a failed assessment process. I'd like to highlight just a couple of projects which have real consequences. Now, these are not just customer experiences, but real life situations. Case number 1, simple addition to a house in the corner of Llewellyn Street and Montague Street in Balmain required, due to council tree roots, the building be lifted by 300 millimetres. This was agreed with council's tree officer on day 1. 6 months later, the approval came through. In the meantime, the builder had to down tools and leave the site, and there were delays getting him back. The owners had to extend their short-term lease. The current costs of this delay is about $200,000. Second case, simple conversion of some old units owned by St Mary's Church in Balmain East to improve some affordable housing and to accommodate a unit as a rectory for the new rector. The application has been with council now for 8 months and is still not approved. The church community are losing more than $2,500 per week waiting for the approval to commence. We have a systematic failure with
Ray, I'm going to move an extension of time of 1 minute as your time has expired.
There may be delays.
Sorry, Ray, can I just call you to order for 1 moment? Just your time's just expired, so I'm going to move an extension of time of 1 minute. That's seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Please proceed, Ray.
Thank you. I understand there may be delays due to the lack of resourcing, but what I fail to understand is why council does not triage applications that are sitting in the ramped DA queue, particularly in consideration of consequences. Not all applications are urgent, but some are. So in conclusion, council needs to take seriously the assessment of development and introduce additional funding, but overall an awareness of urgency as part of the assessment culture. This needs to be introduced into the proposed reforms. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks very much, Ray. For item 21, Inner West Council Service Charter, we have John McNeil of Annandale. Thanks, John.
Councillors, staff. I am John McNeil from Annandale. Normally I stand before you in bike shorts, but I would like to speak today instead in support of the new service charter. It is important and appropriate that Council welcome, support and understand residents and stakeholders as laid out in this new charter. It's also important that we monitor our efforts with KPIs. 60 seconds for phone calls, 3 minutes in person, 80% of requests resolved within 2 weeks. However, I note that only the percentage of resolutions has been included in the Charter. I urge Council on behalf of all residents and stakeholders to commit to and monitor percentage completion of phone calls within 60 seconds and also percentage attendance in person within 3 minutes. Furthermore, all residents will be aware of the linkage between poor service and staff dissatisfaction. Recent staff turnover at our council has approached 20%. This is unacceptable and unsustainable. And while we all would like to blame the outgoing ScoMo government or Philip Lowe, the root cause of staff turnover is unhappiness with one's direct supervisors and managers. And so I'm asking the senior leaders in this room to make a choice. On the one hand, we can use the opportunity presented by our new charter to empower and equip frontline staff, train managers, and inspire our leaders to be inspirational. On the other hand, we could use this opportunity to shift blame away from the leaders in this room, promote unempathetic managers, and blame frontline council staff when our service inevitably falls short of our charter. Please make the right choice. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. For item 33, we have three speakers. The first is Mark Mordew of Ashfield.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. I've been an Inner West resident for 20 plus years solid, 40 years if you count some of my youthful meanderings between here and the inner city. I'm speaking in support of the motion to support food relief programs and anti-poverty for Inner West organisations. In particular, that's related to the fact I've been working at Addison Road Community Organisation for about the last 5 years. I was their media and comms guy. More recently, I've been freelancing for them and put together the Addy Road Riders Festival as the artistic director. So I'm pretty well planted in the neighbourhood and in what's going on as a resident and as a person working professionally as a writer and a journalist and in the arts community. And I have to say that I've never seen things so bad. I mean, I'm sure some of you remember the ideals that were happening coming out of COVID, that we're all going to be nice and love one another more and value community. And it hasn't really turned out like that. Clearly, we're hearing it over and over and over tonight, that real estate greed and rampant rental pressures having a huge impact on individuals like me, on families and on small businesses alike. It's a cancer, and it's a cancer on our ability to function, and it's devouring any chance to get ahead. So that's the problem. How do we solve the problem? God knows. I mean, personally, almost all my wages go on rent. Most people I know are in the same boat. I mean, there used to be talk of people being 3 or 4 wages away from the street. I think there's an awful lot of people out there in the Inner West now that are just 1 pay packet from the street if they miss a beat with their rent. That is something to be really worried about, and one tilt is going to do a lot of people in. Rosanna Barbero, who's the CEO at Addy Road, talks about the new poor. By that she means a kind of collapsing middle class who are joining in with low socioeconomic sort of groups and people that have been perpetually battling and possibly always will. All of this sort of impacts around food relief and anti-poverty work, the work that Addy Road has been doing relentlessly for quite a long time now, since the COVID sort of period and on. We have about 300 people a day coming through the food pantries in Marrickville and Camperdown. More and more are getting hampers as well. Why the charities are having to fill the gap is a whole other question. But what happens with food relief is that it just allows all those people, which are a hell of a lot of people in the Inner West, hanging by a thread to keep going, to sustain themselves and to maybe make it through what is a very difficult patch of time and what I don't see changing, but in fact getting tougher and tougher. So I really urge you to support this motion, because I believe the work Addy Road is doing, the work that Reverend Bill Cruz is doing, and all the organisations they support as an ecology of support is necessary to sort of make it past the time that we're in right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I'll just note that Councillor Chedra has just arrived in person. For the record, Our next speaker is Omar El-Rayes.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Omar El-Rayes. I live up the road with my sister in Ashfield, so local inner west resident. I'm here to speak on item 33, the notion around supporting the inner west organisations with anti-poverty and food relief programs. I'd like to reference the crucial role and support and the funding for organisations such as Addison Road require. Organisations like Addison Road on the surface may look like a place where food and drinks are offered at no or little price. Some may see it as even a place to hold events or take their kids to karate or so forth and participate in social activities. The organisation provides more than just previously mentioned. Let me not leave you mistaken that this is a place for handouts and freebies. Addison Road and such organisations offer a fundamental human need, and that's giving back dignity. Back to those who have been displaced, those in this room who know many stories of community members who have been in this situation. But support is not for material possessions. It's to empower people with their dignity. These centres allow folks to have clothes that don't stand out for reasons that we don't want. Eat food that we see on billboards on the way to work. Receive medical services that we take for granted. These centres need your support, they need your funding, they need you to empower them, they need your community spirit. These organisations, especially in a time like now, when we're all just one paycheck from lining up as well. The assistance that we can provide within funding and community support is one that we can't hold out on. This is an opportunity to support your people, support your neighbours, support your colleagues, your friends, and support yourself from not being in a tough situation too. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thanks, Omar. Next, we have Robin White of Erskineville.
Good evening. My name is Robin White, and I'm a volunteer at the food pantry in Marrickville and Addy Road. There's about 300 of us who are there 5 to 6 days a week, helping with various things that we do. I've been there for 5 years and really appreciate the chance to speak to you because what they do at the food pantry is amazing. Thank you. The people who attend the food pantry are a very diverse group of people from all cultures, single parents, families, share households, people living in boarding houses, people living in their cars, people living with mental health issues, people living with disabilities, some brought by their carers. The number of people who attend the food pantry has increased dramatically over the past 12 months. The pantry opens at 12 o'clock every day, Monday to Friday. At 11 a.m. there are at least 20, if not 30 people outside waiting to come in. Every week people comment to me and the other volunteers how grateful they are that the pantry exists, providing low-cost pantry items and free fruit and vegetables and bread. We have had regulars in tears who originally came because of the sustainability ethos of the food pantry, where originally it not only was saving stuff from going to landfill. They're now coming because the mortgage has gone up $600, the rent's gone up $200 a week, electricity's gone up. They now find themselves relying on the food pantry for food. Mention might have been made before, I'm not sure, about the vouchers that food pantry provide to people who have no money at all. It's a nominal amount, it's $10. It buys you enough to get by. 12 months ago, on a Thursday evening, we might get 8 or 9. Now it's 35 to 40 every day. That's $400 a day. People need money. As you can imagine, it takes a lot for some people to ask for a voucher or to say they need help, because these are the people, the new poor, if you like, who have not had to do this before. So we hope we give them some dignity when we do it. And I can only say that any help that eases the burden on the Audi Road Food Pantry and the people of the Inner West would be gratefully received and put to very good use. Thank you.
Okay, for item 38, we have Alex Lofts again.
I'll try to be quick, Mr Mayor. You have such a large meeting. I'd like to acknowledge I'm speaking on Wongal land, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present, to any Aboriginal people who are here, and also to their living culture. As an aside, it was Pope Innocent III who John dressed up as. I did get word, not from John himself, but from Gail, his wonderful partner. Now, I'm here speaking on the Greenway Community Forum. You have a report buried in the papers tonight. The forum is a volunteer group, but they're certainly not amateurs. We have organised regular meetings, which are agendaed and minuted, of course. We've developed a strategic plan, this annual report, position papers and guiding principles for construction within the Greenway. It's a group of activists embedded in the community, very knowledgeable, who can help council manage the interface between council and residents. You've already had some reaction from residents, no doubt, now that the project is on its way, when they suddenly get surprised by construction activity near them. They are very passionate as a group, and my job is to try to harness as chair that energy, and which can be a plus for council. I'll be trying to do that by improving communication through the correct protocols with council and its officers, because it is an advisory group. It's a different sort of advisory group than other groups in council, but it is an advisory group, and I understand the difference between that and operational matters. It is a group that can be the eyes and ears on the Greenway. It's a very long corridor, even when it's constructed. We're trying to develop the idea of having an app to report problems and issues to council. You will need people who are passionate about the Greenway to keep an eye on it. It is a really complicated project. I don't need to remind you of that. Just as an example of how people can help and advise council, the forum used to have representatives from Canterbury Council attend. That's no longer the case. And there is an issue developing where the Greenway path crosses over the border into Canterbury Council, where Canterbury Council has done some works and built a new bridge down near the Marrickville golf course, around that area. The interface is very poorly integrated, and it could even be a hazard in future for cyclists and others. And so it may be that the mayor or you as councillors can use your connections with Canterbury Council to improve that communication between the councils. Otherwise, we could end up with quite a poor result in that area. Thank you. I commend the report to you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Alex. We've got 2 items to go with the public gallery. The first is item 40, trial of extended hours at Henson Park. The first speaker is Emma Hawksford Miller. Now, Emma, with great respect, you're also registered to speak to the next item, Henson Park lighting. So it's essentially the same issue.
Yes.
So can I request that you speak once rather than twice? You there, Emma?
Pardon? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I don't propose to speak to both motions.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm an owner-occupier in Charles Street in Marrickville. I've lived there for 4 years. I have a little boy called Charlie, who's 18 months old, and a dog called Winston.
Can I ask, are you at Henson Park right now? Is this part of the advocacy?
I am in the park. It wasn't at all planned. This is my genuine routine. This is how it's panned out.
Please proceed. Sorry for the interruption.
It wasn't planned, but yes. So one of the main reasons we bought where we did was Henson. As I am reliably there almost every evening with with my little boy and with my dog, and it is a really wonderful asset to the neighbourhood. Like many others, I work a standard corporate job. I'm often required to be in the office in the city, and my day looks much more like an 8:30 to 6 than a 9 to 5. It's dark by the time I leave. By the time I've organised myself to get out of the house, it's often 7 p.m. when I get to the park. I know the comment's been made that the streets have better lighting and people should just walk there of an evening. I'm not sure if you've tried to negotiate a pram around the streets in Sydney. It's fairly precarious even during the daytime. The footpaths are not always even. People park across them, then you're out on the street with the pram. It's not great. It's much more manageable to walk around the concreted outer perimeter of the Oval at Henson, wheel the pram there. It's smooth and predictable, and the dog can be off the leash and do what dogs do. This strategy is the most practical in the circumstances, despite the difficulty of the park being unlit. And in fact, the only reason you can see me and I can see what I'm doing is because I have a friend here who is holding a torch. And I am often accompanied by this friend of mine who is another local. And he's in his 70s and the sole carer for his wife, who is very unwell. So a fall in the dark for him would be potentially catastrophic. But he walks with me because he's worried about me being unsafe or something happening in the park while I'm by myself in the pram. I've cited some correspondence from Mr. Callahan of the council looking at two issues that the council anticipates potentially with respect to this motion. First was to the effect that if the council agrees to put lighting here, it's required to do so for all other parks in the area. I don't really understand that contention. Some parks have off-leash dog areas, some don't. There's been no requirement for one off-leash dog area to trigger the same thing in all other parks to be applied by the council. I think that's a good example of why slippery slope arguments are problematic. And the other contention, as I understand it, was that allowing dogs off the leash in the park does damage to the park. The park needs to look at a particular standard to accommodate the sport. Permitting lighting would drastically increase usage of the park and therefore damage the grass. The park currently sees enormous crowds for sporting matches. It's utilised by a vast variety of members in the community. That it's quite shocking to me to see the allegation that dogs being off the leash are the sole or the predominant reason for damage to the park. There are tens, if not hundreds, of people that descend here to watch sporting matches. There are festivals of food and beer held here. That there's lots of foot traffic. The window we're talking about is a few hours on a few days a week during a few months of the year, during which time the park is already in use. Perhaps usage might increase during these small windows.
Emma, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you can't hear the bell here. Your time has expired. Do you need an extension of time?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you for that. I can report that it looks very dark where you are.
Indeed it is.
So thank you for that. Our next speaker on item 40 is Emmeline Smith of Marrickville, also online. Emmeline, are you there? Is she online? All right, I might try to come back to Emmeline.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear anything for a while there.
That's all good. We can hear you clearly.
Sorry, like Emma, I am also at Henson Park as we speak.
Well, hold on. Have you seen her?
Can you see me? No. No.
Hold on. How many people are at Henson Park right now?
All right, so generally Emma, Greg and I tend to try and accompany each other in the evening so that Emma, with her stroller, isn't alone. I also am a single working professional female that comes to the park of an evening to walk my dogs because I do work 9 to 5, and by the time I get home, it's already dark and I have no choice but to come out in the dark. And all our dogs are really good friends and they have a great run around in the park, so it's a great opportunity to catch up and stay safe. So just recently, there has been some discussion about having the lights turned on in the evening, and that is because the park is actually used by dog owners and loved by dog owners. But in the winter time, it's extremely hard to see where we're going. The dogs can't play as they would normally with balls. And there's a few potholes and things around, which, you know, have been here for a very, very long time. But I think in general, the area is reasonably safe, but when you're in the dark and you're a single female, it doesn't necessarily always feel safe. And tonight, while walking around the Oval, there have actually been another 2 single females with dogs here. And I feel very fortunate to be able to walk with my friends. So we're not asking for a huge amount of time, but we don't actually know, as non-sport players, when the lights are going to be turned on. We don't understand, you know, anything about the programming of them. So, you know, we'd just like to think that we would be able to have a bit of light in the evenings when we're walking our dogs in the dark. So, yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I'm going to go to Harvey Yu of Marrickville, who is also online. Harvey, are you at Henson Park as well? That sounds like a yes. Harvey, are you there? No, we don't have Harvey. Lost in the Henson Park triangle. Okay, we'll move on to item 45, which is the same issue, but we have 2 speakers who are registered for this who weren't registered for item 40. The first is Nicholas Durs.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Can I just say first off that I've got no tech skills here and I've managed to lose the screen. My partner Bryony set me up and she's out of band. Apologies for that.
We've got you loud and clear.
You've got me on the screen. I can't see anything, unfortunately.
We can see you.
Something, I'll lose a lot of it. So I'm just going to talk, if that's okay. First off, I'd just like to apologise. Harvey very much wanted to speak. He's been held up and just couldn't get on, and I didn't know how to reorganise that and let you know. But apart from his own personal story of being a busy working professional, similar needs and the other 2 speakers, Emmeline and Emma had, that he also wanted to make a point to address Mr. Callaghan's concerns about dog damage to the grassed area over time, over a lot of time, and how that could be remediated by park users if there was to be a sandbox installed near the main gate at the top with a prominent sign saying, this is what it's for, put a kiddie's plastic shovel in it. As the park users can see what's happening, people filling the holes with the sand, it engenders a culture of do the right thing, much like picking up poo and how that's evolved over time, which never used to be the case. I'm a retiree, I'm 71, been here since 97, been using the park for 15 years. I haven't, although the increase in the number of dogs and people at the park has increased, I haven't seen any massive deterioration of that grassed area, and certainly nothing that couldn't be fixed on an ongoing basis rather than having to be separated off to be fixed. Again, park users, they're decent people. They will chip in, they will help, they are responsible. You're always going to get people who won't pick up their poo or won't stop the dog from digging, but that's in any given, that's in any given population. You'll always find those selfish, whatever types stuff. For me, the opportunity to go around the park of an evening, I have no family in Sydney. I'm retired, so I've lost that work social thing. I don't particularly enjoy just hanging out with older people. Going around the park early evening is a tremendous opportunity for me to have an intergenerational social connection with lots of people, and to really enjoy. From that, I've joined a community choir. From that, I've got the handyman that's fixed up our house. From that, I've got the carpenter who's fixed up our house. From that, I've got the plumber. It's a chamber of commerce. But really, the dogs love it. We love it. And there's lots of people like me, you know. And as far as the safety thing of being able to walk around is tremendous. I fell over on Illawarra Road in the dark about a year ago. I kicked the paver. I've got osteoporosis. They tell me I've got 9 chest fractures. They said, don't fall over. As I fell over, first thing I thought...
Nick, sorry, I don't want to cut you off because this story is very interesting, but your time has expired. Right. Do you need an extension of time?
I'm going tangent here. So it would be terrific if we could sort something out with repairing those holes whereby a sandbox is put in. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Justine, for putting this forward. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Our last speaker for item 45 is Danielle Baagia. Did I pronounce that correctly, Danielle?
Close. Yeah, well done. And thanks, councillors, for the time to speak. I'm going to reiterate a lot of what the other speakers have already said.
Danielle, can I ask you to find a way to either speak slightly more closely to the microphone or to turn your volume up a little bit? We can hear you, but not very well.
Is that a bit better now?
Yeah, heaps better.
Okay, great. Thanks for the time to speak, councillors. I'm going to reiterate what a lot of the other speakers have said. I moved to Marrickville from Annandale last year, and you know there's great dog parks all across the inner west, but I found an amazing and really unique community at the Henson Park Dog Park. It's a place of great social connection, as a lot of the other speakers have said. It's used year-round for people to exercise their dogs. We've got an 18-month-old Bordoodle, and anyone that's had a young, energetic puppy knows that you can't go by a day without getting your dog worn out, or else it's just havoc at home. So having the dog park there with a multitude of other dogs to play with is just really important for us. During the summer months and the spring and autumn, it's a great space, but in winter, it just does feel a little bit unsafe, both because of the physical layout of the park, but also, as some of the other women have pointed out, sometimes they're being on your own without too many other people around just does make you kind of, you know, feel a little bit isolated while it's so dark there. I know there's a proposal to use the oval light as a temporary measure to light up the area, and I think that would be a wonderful temporary thing for us to have through this winter. But I also really encourage council to consider what other more environmentally friendly proposals could be put forward for, you know, coming winters. I know when I did some outdoor training at Prince Alfred Park, the City of Sydney brought in a portable solar-powered light, and that was a really nice way to feel safe, secure, have lighting, and also, you know that you weren't adding to the kind of greenhouse emissions of the area. So thanks for considering this. We really hope that we can get a solution for the thriving Henson Park dog community.
Thanks very much, Danielle, for your comments. That concludes the contributions from the public gallery. It's my considered opinion, having been on the council for quite a long time now, that we will get through the rest of the agenda quicker if we have a 5-minute recess so the councillors can get a cup of tea or something to eat. So I'd like to propose that we adjourn the meeting now at 8:15 for a period of 5 minutes. It's moved by Councillor Lockie, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. For everyone who's in attendance here tonight, you're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting. It's unlikely that we're going to get through the entire agenda, so it's you're taking a bit of a chance as to whether your matter will get dealt with. The proceedings are broadcast live on YouTube, so whilst we would love for you to stay and participate in and witness democratic debate, if you want to go home, you'll get the same viewership there. Thanks very much. Not yet. Okay, well, we've got a quorum, so I'll declare the meeting reopened. Now, I would like to throw to Councillor Scott, who I believe has been working with Councillor Atkins on what we could bring forward, and would propose that I'm happy for all of the mayoral minutes to be passed without debate, other than the motion thanking Ian McCann. I'm very happy to discuss them if needed. Councillor Scott.
Mr Mayor, yes, I would like to move a procedural motion that we deal with a number of items in Globo. And I thank you for your considered offer of putting forward your mayoral minutes other than thanking Ian McCann for his service as in Globo items. I think that will save us a lot of time. And in the interest of that same generosity of spirit, I ask every councillor around this table to really look deep within their soul and make every effort for us to get through this in a collegiate manner. So before you, 21 items for your consideration. And again, this has been an effort of collegiality between the Mayor and Councillor Atkins and myself, and I hope you can support our endeavours.
Oh, sorry, I've got that wrong. We'll deal with the condolences, and then we'll come back to deal with these matters, to consider these matters en bloc. Sorry, please forgive me. The first condolence motion is for Mrs. Georgette Chedra.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mrs. Chedra is known to most of the council of the former Leichhardt Council, and she made herself known to me when I was elected to the Inner West Council. And also, I think a lot of the staff may have known her too, and certainly she's in environment committees and those sort of things. Many talk about her trolley, in which I guess she carried her papers for her campaigns for mental health. In later years, the trolley was replaced with a walker. The amalgamation was tough on Mrs. Chedra. No council meetings were held at Leichhardt. The Environment Committee was disbanded and council messed up her rates. However, this did not stop her from speaking up for the homeless at the launch of Little Italy, which the Mayor will remember, no doubt, at the Leichhardt Town Hall. Mrs. Chedra moved to Leichhardt in 1969 and has been a ratepayer for over 50 years. I thank her family and her friends of Cullen Park for making the time to come, or didn't come, to speak about their memories of the remarkable woman, and I hope councillors will plant a tree and plaque in her memory. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any further speakers? Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Second condolence motion is for John Ward. Councillor Drury.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I rise to commemorate and remember John Ward, one of the mayors of one of the councils that formed the Inner West Council. I believe that Alex Lofts and the obituary that's in the papers do justice to John, who was a remarkable and wonderfully eccentric believer in the community and in fundamental collective values. He had a very particular perspective on history, which he brought forward to his dealings with the present. We are the poorer for his passing.
Declare that carried. Sorry, I'll just restate that because I didn't have my microphone on. It was seconded by Councillor Griffiths and it was carried unanimously. The last condolence motion for Judy Finlason.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the speakers who spoke tonight, Peter Stevens, Pauline O'Kane and Colin Hesse, just acknowledging that Judy was really a very inspirational person for our community and made a really big difference. As was noted, she was key in the development of Addison Road Community Centre and secured funds for reverse garbage in Marrickville and set up the Magic Yellow Bus and Kids Activities, Newtown. I think that Judy definitely set an example for people in our community. We definitely need more Judys, I think, the more the merrier, to improve the life and quality of life of residents, someone who is incredibly selfless and visionary and very sorely missed in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there further speakers to the motion? Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That concludes the condolence motions. We'll go back to the procedural motion that Councillor Scott, that the Deputy Mayor was about to propose.
Oh yeah, there are a number of items proposed in Globo, and if they could be shown online on the screen, that'd be great. Thank you.
So I think we're all used to this deal by now. So Councillor Scott is proposing quite a long list of items to be moved en bloc. If any councillor objects to any one of those items and wishes for it to be debated, it is their right. So I will go through each item, and if you could sing out and let me know if you would like it to be taken out of the list. Item 7, Parramatta Road, Annandale. Item 9, Dulwich Hill Skate Park. Item 14, Local Government Remuneration Tribunal. Could I ask the minute takers to scroll back up so that I'm able to read from the list? Thank you. Item 16, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. Councillor De Cruz has requested that be removed. Item 19, Update Report on the implementation of the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act. Sorry, Local Traffic Committee. Yep, take that out at the request of Councillor Langford. Item 19, Update on Report of the implementation of the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act. No. Item 20, Camdenville Park Upgrades. Item 21, Inner West Service Charter. Item 23, Investment Report. Councillor Stamoulis has requested that that be taken out.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I think you skipped over item 22.
Okay. Update on Town Halls, item 22. No. Item 24, Updated Annual Disclosure of Interest Returns. Item 25, Notice of Motion to rescind fishing along foreshore reserves. No. Item 27, you wish to speak to it? Councillor De Cruz has requested that be removed. Item 34, Notice of Motion making the Rainbow Tunnels permanent.
Yeah, I'd like to remove that.
Item 36, Notice of Motion Newtown Festival.
Mayor, I have a conflict of interest on that one, so I have to
Would
take
need
that
to
out.
be dealt with separately. Okay, thank you. Notice of Motion, item 38, Notice of Motion Greenway Community Forum. Item 39, Notice of Motion drag story time. Item 41, Notice of Motion Hawthorne Canal Multi-Purpose Courts. Item 42, Notice of Motion Local Democracy Groups and Council Committees. Item 59, so the rest are all mayoral minutes. The increase to the Emergency Services Levy. Item 61, the retirement of Peter Kay. Item 62, First Nations response. Item 63, Inner West Theatre Guild. Item 64, Eastern Park Safety and Amenity. And item 65, Assistance for Local Not-for-Profit Clubs.
Mr Mayor, could I add one more, please?
Yes.
Item 43, Community Support for FIFA Women's World Cup.
Is there any objection to that being moved en bloc? No? Very good.
43. FIFA World Cup.
There being no objection to that item, I'll include it. And
Oh, can I add one more? Sorry, cycling strategy, item 26. This is what we're...
is that agreed?
No,
No, it's
thank
not.
you.
Unless you know that anything more is agreed, let's not add anything more to the list. Let's just get them through. Councillor Scott will move the adoption of those that we suspend standing orders to adopt those items. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor D'Arienzo. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for doing all of the work to get all of that brought together, which does give us a much greater chance of getting through the agenda and means that we've got a whole range of the business that has now been adopted. So thank you for that. I have no idea what item that brings us to, though. I assume it's
I'm going to stand to move item 4, if that helps.
I think we're up to this one mayoral minute, which is in regards to Ian McCann. Is that okay, Councillor Drury? Thank you. I did want to pull this one out just to speak briefly to about Ian's service to the council. I have known Ian McCann for, I think, just about all of my life because his family lived around the corner from me in Balmain when I was a kid, and they all owned greyhounds, and which a lot of people did in Balmain back then. It was sort of like a working class pastime, and his mother, I think it is, Mrs. McCann. Oh, he's on the phone, is he? Worked in the front office at my primary school, and the McCann family were very well known and respected throughout the community. And having been on Leichhardt Council from 2008 to 2016, and then the Inner West Council since its inception, it is my view that Ian McCann has been one of the most effective public servants that I've ever come across in any government agency, and has worked incredibly hard to serve the local community. Unfortunately, he has decided he's now gone to work for Strathfield Council, which he's perfectly entitled to do given the enormous contribution that he's made to the Inner West community. And I had the privilege of attending his farewell at the council, where he explained some of the things that have been going on in his life and his family's lives that led him to wanting to just wind things back a little bit. But I really did want to bring this motion forward to acknowledge his extraordinary service over 4 decades to our local community through the council. And without any notice, I want to throw to the General Manager and to ask him to speak briefly to Ian's service to the council as well.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. He did this because I get emotional with this stuff. Yeah, Ian's been a great servant and a great friend and a great, really staff member of council. He's got extraordinary skills that he could relate to the frontline people and relate to those out in the community and really relate to anyone in the organisation. He can convey a great message to people. He's a great leader of people, and really we owe him a debt of gratitude for what he did through the amalgamation period of getting the Inner West Council together and getting a whole group of people together in unison. And, you know, we've been very proactive as an organisation in delivering services ourselves in-house, and he's been a major contributor to do that. He's a really great person. We miss him enormously, but he has really made the debt of gratitude and really made a great contribution to the Inner West. So very proud to have worked with him for that period of time. So.
And I just wanted to add to that as well. Ian was, the entire time I've been on the council, he was the delegate of the United Services Union who helped to lead the Joint Consultative Committee, so the process of consultation between the staff and the executive. And he's been a very dedicated union activist for his entire life and did an amazing job of helping to bring people together and to keep the organisation working throughout the amalgamation process. Played an enormously constructive role, and I do want to publicly commit to maintaining that level of mutual respect between the union that represents most of the staff at council and the elected representatives and the executive of the council as well. So I will move that way. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
I can't say that I've had as closer relationship with Ian McCann, but I have heard his name, and so for me that counts in Leichhardt Council and in the West Council to know the names of the staff who've worked here and to discover that he's worked here for so long, and it's our loss and Strathfield's gain.
Thank you for that. There being no further discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillor Drury.
All right, to move with amendment. The key council documents for this year, the delivery program, the operational plan, the budget and the long-term financial plan. Can we get the amended resolution before us, please? I'd really like to thank all of the staff who've spent a considerable period of time working on this. This doesn't come easy. There have been savings made. There has been scrutiny of what we do, whether we can do it better, and that has occurred. I'd also like to thank councillors who contributed in our initial workshops at the beginning of the year and the discussions that we've had since then about the budget. These are the documents that give council and staff and councillors a clear framework for how we operate in the next financial year. And whilst we can't envisage all the future holds, it's what we think we can do for our community in terms of services and facilities. And we all know that we can't afford everything that we want. And we know that council can't deliver everything that people desire. But what we can do is make adequate and proper planning for the future. Unlike the Commonwealth, we can't print money. Unlike Macquarie Street, we can't sell the family silver to actually afford for what we do. We have no such capacity. I think it's important that we maintain the fiscal discipline. And so when we get bright ideas, I suggest we think about what we don't do if we're going to be able...
An extension of time of 3 minutes, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed.
So when we get bright ideas about things that we want to do in the future, let's think about what we won't do instead if we're going to maintain some discipline. And the discipline is important because we need to generate some surpluses. Without generating those surpluses, we will not be able to have the capital projects going forward. It is a fundamental point that we all need to acknowledge and work towards. So the key document here for me is the long-term financial plan. What it shows is that we can move back into surplus in 25-26, and this, I believe, is important. It also shows that we meet all of the key financial indicators for local government, apart from the operational deficit in this year and next year. Now, I've added to the motion a few items where I believe there's a need to put in some additional funds because we're not meeting the council priorities that we set out in February 2022. So it's some key priorities that we set out right at the beginning, and I think we needed to put some additional money in to meet those in addition to what the staff have believed. I haven't included items where it is a key responsibility of the state and federal government to fund stuff. We suffer for enormous cost shifting from the state and federal governments. We cannot afford to be doing their job and trying to do our job and then going to them for grants to do things that we should do. So that is the rationale for the amendments. I commend the papers to you and seek your support for the resolution as amended.
Very happy to second the motion, and I just want to speak very briefly to thank Councillor Drury for his diligent work in the preparation of the budget and the amendments that have been tabled tonight. Councillor Drury has been, throughout the time that I've known him, someone who is very committed to ensuring that the council is effective and that it is financially responsible and that our infrastructure program is very carefully managed and delivers for the community. And it's really important to have councillors who take those things seriously, and no one takes it more seriously than him. And I also want to thank the General Manager and the Director of Corporate Services and all of the staff who work under them for their very hard work in the development of the budget as well. Are there any amendments to the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Yes, I've sent them through to Catherine. They are mainly to acknowledge that there were 9 submissions. There were a variety of submissions. There was 11 written submissions and there were some survey results.
I accept that.
Thank you. Can I speak now? Yeah. I'd like to speak.
So Councillor Drury has accepted the amendment from Councillor De Cruz.
Okay, thank you for that. I was actually, okay, no, I'm not speaking to that, I'm speaking to the motion. Do I do that later?
No. We're dealing with your amendments, which have just been accepted.
I guess I was gagged.
What's that?
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was gagged.
Well, we're certainly not seeking to gag you, but if your intention was to amend the primary motion, your amendments have been incorporated, so do you wish to speak to them?
Let's move on.
Okay. Any further amendments to the motion? Councillor Griffiths.
Microphone, I almost forgot, a month and a half. I would like to move an amendment to budget to support local food relief organisations, and I have sent a new 2A additional point, so I believe that would be 2A8, but an additional $50,000 be distributed as grants to local food relief organisations. We're in the biggest cost of living crisis in a long time. I think it's the worst that I've lived through. Skyrocketing rents, 25 to 30%, multiple interest rates hikes, and a rise in prices of essential goods and services. Australian families are feeling the financial pressure valve go up and up. Years ago, before the pandemic, I used to head down to the food bank after work on Thursday nights and but volunteer to help some of the inner west most vulnerable people collect a bag of groceries. And that was homeless people, that was single parent families, families with significant caring responsibilities, and it was crazy busy then. But now it's different. The current circumstances are seeing local services really struggle to meet demand. A lot of working poor, full-time workers, those who do really important work in the inner west, their paychecks just are not stretching right now. And I think Bill Crew summed this up really well. Bill, who runs the Loaves and Fishes Cafe in Ashfield, said he's gone from feeding the homeless to feeding the hungry. This is council business. We're in exceptional circumstance right now. Just like during the pandemic, we're in a crisis. This is not a motion for ongoing financial assistance, but this budget needs to get its priorities in order. And right now, that's doing our bit to tackle poverty.
Mayor, I'll second that.
To speak to it, Councillor.
Yes, please. Look, I'd like to thank Mark, Robin and Omar for coming and speaking to us about this tonight. Food insecurity and the growth in people who are seeking help, often for the first time, is something that I know a lot of us have been tracking for a while now. And what I find really worrying is that this problem has continued to get worse and worse. During the pandemic, we saw governments at all levels working to tackle this. The federal government increased income support. The state government provided direct funding to OzHarvest and other food relief organisations. And here in the Inner West, we provided $100,000 in one-off funding to organisations that were providing food relief and other support services to the most vulnerable members of our
community, and I commend the Mayor for bringing that forward at that time. However, and as you can see in the motion, Councillor Griffiths and I will be tabling, if not later tonight, then when we get to it, organisations providing in our local area are telling us that the problem is now worse than it's ever been, yet those supports have disappeared. I know that Addy Road, for example, doesn't currently receive any government funding for the vital work it's doing in providing free or low-cost nutritious food to people who would otherwise not be able to afford to feed themselves or their families. That service is being entirely funded by donations, and while it's wonderful they have that generous support, donors are also feeling the cost of living crisis, and that's before you even go into the issue of private donors funding what is effectively a public service supporting the most vulnerable people. And the cost of providing that service isn't small. Just as one example of one service, Addy Road has spent over $325,000 on food supplies for its relief service just this financial year. That's on food alone, not all the other costs of running the service, and that's one service at one organisation. There are others that provide vital anti-poverty and food relief services, and they are also very stretched.
Mayor, I'd like to move an extension of time of 2 minutes.
I'm almost done. Thank you, though. I think it's incumbent on us to help support those who are doing it hardest in our community and providing, particularly when state and federal governments are yet to step up, and providing an additional $50,000 to services on the front line is one thing we can do.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour of the Griffiths-Lockie amendment, please raise your hands. In support, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Amendment takers got that? That has been defeated. We'll return to debate of the primary motion. Are there any further amendments to the motion? Councillor Howard?
Thank you. I provided an amendment earlier.
I'll ask that that's displayed on the screen.
Thank you. I think overwhelmingly this is a good budget for the Mayoral-Midgebury ward. Every household in the ward will soon be able to recycle food scraps. We will see major upgrades at Marnie Reserve and at Camdenville Park in St Peters. In the next 5 years, we'll see major upgrades at the Tempe Reserve Amenities Building, the establishment of an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community hub in Tempe, the refurbishment of St Peters Town Hall, the Henson Park Grandstand upgrade, and the Mackie Park Sports Ground upgrade. We'll see more frontline services, more support for our artist and creative communities, more support for quality childcare, more support for our environment. I understand that if you add up all the major projects that have been completed in our ward, from the point of amalgamation to 5 years from now, we'll see close to $97 million worth of investment. That's a good story, and we deserve every cent of it. I want to address the issue of rates harmonisation. When you stand to be a public representative, you accept that there'll be tough decisions, and this has been a hard one. I've spoken with residents and I've tried to weigh up the different sides and the different perspectives of the issue. I'm very grateful to have heard from the resident tonight who spoke and assure him that I have sat with each and every argument that he raised and considered his contribution tonight and those of the fellow residents who've spoken to me deeply. I understand concerns around cost of living, and I understand the concerns raised that service levels must be consistent and equal across the LGA. For me, in the end, what it comes down to is an issue of equity and fairness. Where we live in our LGA shouldn't determine the amount of rates we pay. And my decision tonight is driven by a principle that we should all be treated equitably and all make an equal contribution to our local government and to the services it provides. But I also think we should be doing more to let residents know that they can access hardship provisions. And so I move a further amendment tonight asking that our hardship provisions appear in an upcoming newsletter and be prominently displayed on the website. As a short extension.
Councillor Smith has moved an extension of time of 1 minute, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
I also want to give a guarantee to residents in Marrickville-Midgebury that I'll always fight for our fair share when it comes to the investments and services we need. Fairness must beget fairness. If they see examples of where our council is falling down, please let me know, and I will fight for them. I will always fight for our fair deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? That's incorporated into the primary motion, so there's no need to debate it. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion? Councillor Lockie?
Yes, Mayor. I would actually like to move an amendment that I've provided to the minute takers that we remove point 2C from the motion, which is the element that would see that rates harmonisation process accelerated. And I thank Councillor Howard for your comments on that. And I think it is a really difficult issue, and there are definitely it's a hard one to make. I spoke before we put this on exhibition about my concern that we were moving this forward without any substantive changes to the conditions that led to council making that decision back in 2021 to harmonise the rates fully by July 2029, apart from, of course, changes to the makeup of the council. We took the decision to stagger the harmonisation because so many in our community, and not just those in the Marrickville LGA, former Marrickville LGA, though they were obviously the most impacted, were understandably angry that they were wearing an increase in their rates purely because of the merger. And I think that was a big factor in driving the strong vote in favour of demerging. I know comments were made when we put this out to exhibition that councillors should show leadership by backing this in, particularly as some residents in the former Ashfield LGA will see their rates decrease. I really do appreciate the concerns about fairness and equity of subsidising service provision elsewhere in our area, although I also note that part of the reason why those rates are set higher for Ashfield residents was because they supported paying a special rate variation some years back. For me, part of leadership is keeping the promises you made to your community and doing what you said you would do unless conditions substantively change. It was not an easy decision to come to at that stage to stagger the harmonisation because we knew there were going to be winners and losers out of it. But we made it after an extended consultation period in which we received many submissions opposing an immediate harmonisation, and we communicated that decision widely. And I have had people come to me since this new schedule was announced asking why should they trust what council tells them or bother making submissions to our consultations if we're just going to walk decisions back when the opposition arises. And I think that's a fair point, so I move this amendment.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Yes, Mayor, I second the amendment.
Seconded by Councillor Langford. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I do support the amendment by Councillor Lockie. I just don't support the fast tracking of the rates harmonisation. I do think it is a betrayal of the community and the trust that they have in councillors and the decisions that have been made. I don't think that it should be fast tracked without consultation. I think it would be fair to go out to the community first if we're going to make this change so suddenly. I think this is going to come to as a real shock to people, and it's already such a difficult time for so many. There's going to be a big backlash. So if the budget for customer service is going to go up by 350k, I think it'll help cover all of the extra calls and emails that are probably going to be received. I understand also that it is a difficult decision and equity is really important, but at the same time I think that we do have to honour the commitment that was previously made. I think we know that at this stage the council, we still have a business case which is being considered for the demerger, and we're not at the stage where we should be rushing forward with changing the way that the rates are harmonised. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, and I have spoken about this before, so I'll try to, I guess, temper myself. I guess I just wanted to speak and say that my position for a full harmonisation of rates, well, it's not just going out to, I guess, support my ward. My ward's a mixed ward, it has parts of the Ashfield LGA, parts of the previous Marrickville LGA, and, I've lived across the inner west. I've lived in Marrickville, I've lived in Sydenham, Newtown throughout my 20s, and, despite some of the comments and jokes I make about the north side of Parramatta Road, when I first moved to Sydney with my mum from Newcastle, well, we moved to Annandale, and I did all my schooling there. Went to Annandale North, Balmain. I get the community. I have strong connections to the community, the entire inner west. But when I think about Ashfield and the rates harmonisation, well, I think, there's so many things that you could put on a map, whether it's lower land value, whether it's a higher portion of renters, whether it's like a CFA index or whatnot. That kind of shows that Ashfield is not the big end of town. So when I see that they've been paying higher rates since, a higher level of rates since the amalgamation 2016, well, that's a pretty big issue for me. That's 5 years now. That'll be 13 years by the full harmonisation of 2029. I think that is not a just outcome, and not one that I can support as a Green, to be honest, because one of the key pillars for me is social justice, and that is not a socially just outcome, in my opinion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths. Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, I'll put the Lockie Langford amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Shetty, Stamlis and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Griffiths, myself, Dorienzo, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Howard, Councillor Stevens, Councillor Smith, Councillor Sardulius and Councillor Drury. That has been defeated. So we'll return to debate of the primary motion. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion? Councillor Atkins.
Yes, sorry. My left hand doesn't seem to be as strong as my right. Yes, I would like to move an amendment to delete item 2AI, 2A1 of the clause, the additional 355,000 for customer service improvement. I'll be very brief, while I appreciate that customer service improvement is needed, I think what our residents really want to see is improvements to the things that they're complaining about, not the ways our complaints are dealt with. There needs to be a bit of both, and I think 350,000 is too much for this particular item. When we come to debate on the notice of motion, I would point to the Facebook suggestion and in particular the extension of numbers of the stalls that we do, the community stalls that we do, and the costs of doing those. I think investing in actual services provided would be a better way to show improved customer service. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor De Cruz.
I can't put 350k to anything with customer in it for the council.
Thank you. That's very profound.
Can I please ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Of Councillor Atkins.
Yes.
Councillor Atkins, I understood your point about the financial aspect that you're concerned that we're spending money on the process around how we deal with complaints. Some of this funding is towards things like the customer street stalls that we're doing, where we're doing outreach into the community. I'm just concerned how you kind of weigh that up against the notion of just that's managing a customer complaint or a resident complaint.
I'll put that question to Councillor Atkins.
It's the increase in the number of... So I have no problem with the stalls. I think they're a great idea. I don't see the need for the increase in the stalls as opposed to dealing with the issues that are raised by people as complaints.
Councillor Griffiths, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Just a quick question to staff, just to the officers through you, Mayor. How many, on average, what's the average attendees at the customer service stalls?
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mayor, just bear with me one moment and I have that, all that information. So the average attendees is approximately about 45 customers that are served or discussed with in the stalls.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis?
Mr Mayor, I'll be supporting this amendment. Council's doing a lot of work in regard to community engagement. I think it's been quite good work. This is over-egging it to the tune of 350,000. We've had our local matters forums. I think they've been quite effective, getting a lot of feedback from those local matters forums. We've had the pop-up stalls, again, good feedback and very much dispersed throughout the municipality. Customer experience, we're out there doing those. Council itself has its own internal customer service committee that's been going for the best part of a year, and we're developing the customer charter. If anything, I'd like to see this 350,000 invested in those key issues that we're finding problems with, assisting our staff, resourcing our staff better, rather than getting out there. We're already out there, we already have a good presence, our community are noticing that, and we have our website also, which is an effective tool to get feedback. I think this money could be used better and more wisely now to invest in our staff, our customer services officers, to give them the tools, to give them extra training, whatever it is they feel that they might need. I would see that as a valuable source and use of this money. But at the moment, moving up to 48 pop-up stalls a year, I think is probably overdoing it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Stamoulis?
I'd like to speak against this amendment, unless there's further speakers for the amendment. It's wonderful to hear that everyone's so supportive of our customer service team and our staff, and this investment will help them to do that job better. It goes to hiring people, as well as to making sure that they're mobilised in the community. Now, I'm not sure what you all spend your time doing, but I respond a lot to residents. And this is something that will help us all as a council to do that better. And you'll be pleased to know that the remainder of the budget, all of the items that we have approved already, go to addressing those fundamentals, to improving our roads, to beautifying our main streets, to upgrading our incredible parks, to ensuring that we have a wonderful place to live. But we also need to make sure that residents have feedback channels to us, to tell us about that, to spot problems and to talk to our staff. Now, a lot of this stuff has already been resolved, and it was resolved in February of last year when we first approved the customer experience strategy. The mobile van was already approved, but we didn't have money allocated for it. But now we have the opportunity to do that. Those customer service stalls, which are by far and away the most visible, most prominent way that we can get out into the community, were originally envisaged as monthly. They were so popular that we've put them to fortnightly, and there is no reason why they can't be expanded into more areas outside of our town squares and parks, into places where we know our residents want to see us being proactive about how the council can help them. This is shopping centres, it's train stations at peak hours, it's for shift workers and other people who don't spend their Sunday mornings walking the dog in Henson Park. No offence to Henson Park. But not everybody is there. We need to meet our residents where they are, and I'm frankly astonished that you're not in support of this. This is an investment in our future. It will benefit all of us if we do this well, and I really commend this investment to you.
Here. Well spoken. There's no further discussion on the Atkins de Cruz amendment. I will put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors de Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Shetty, Stamoulis and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have councillors Drury, Sardulius, Smith, Stevens, Howard, Scott, D'Arienzo, myself and Councillor Griffiths. That has been defeated. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion?
Yes, Mayor, I have one more.
Councillor Griffiths.
So it's regarding the fees and charges, and I've sent it to the minute taker. As I mentioned, well, you all know, cost of living crisis, and currently council is suggesting to introduce massive fee hikes, and I'm concerned about how these might impact families in the inner west and renters. We need a budget that working families and renters can afford. Childcare increases of over 7% is not something that I'm willing to support in this budget. Some in council might say that these increases are okay because there's an increase to the Commonwealth childcare subsidy. This fee increase goes away to neutralise the effect of that childcare subsidy brought in by the federal government to ease the financial burden on families. Making childcare cheaper is one of the most important things we can do to take the pressure off working Australians. Jim Chalmers, I don't know what faction he's in, but some of you guys might know him. Help with cost of living pressures and make it easier for parents to return to paid work and work more paid hours if they want to. Jason Clare, likewise. Neither of these Labor ministers have said that the CCS is to facilitate fee increases from councils and private providers. I think we should be looking to have a budget that working families should can afford, and council should not proceed with any fee increase related to children's services and aquatics in this financial year.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for Councillor Griffith's amendment? Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
In the interests of brevity, no.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask of the council officers for an assessment of what the cost of the proposed amendment from Councillor Griffiths would be to the budget?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Can confirm that the early learning would be approximately 1.1 million and the aquatics would be approximately 1.2 million, which would be a total of 2.3 million.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Griffiths, can I ask, do you propose a funding source for that amendment?
Yeah, I would suggest that we can review that through the next quarterly budget review.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, did we sorry, we had a seconder for the amendment. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for the amendment? Anyone who wishes to speak against it?
I just have a question, sorry, if I may.
Yes.
Can I ask, through you, Mayor, a question to council officers? So in terms of any increase to children's services, is it correct that that is predominantly for paying staff, to cover the increased cost of staff?
I'll put that question to the Director of Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, the 7% is CPI, so it's to cover the increase in the costs of food, which is actually over 7% generally, and staff wage increases.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, Councillor Griffiths, you were intending that the staff should still get their wage increases, not that it come against that?
Absolutely. And they're entitled to a pay increase as per the award.
We try to find a funding source later.
That's right.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the Griffiths-Atkins amendment, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Shetty and Stamoulis. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, Smith, Stevens, Howard, Scott and D'Arienzo and myself. That has been defeated. Are there further amendments to the primary motion? There being no further amendments, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply. Councillor Stamoulis, do you have a further amendment to the budget? Or?
Sorry, we haven't had discussion on the substantive motion, just the amendments.
Would you like to amend the motion or to speak against it?
Speak for it or against it?
Yeah, I'll speak, yeah. Fellow councillors, I won't be...
Point of order, Mayor. Is the Speaker speaking for or against the motion? It matters in terms of the code of meeting conduct.
I'll ask Councillor Stamoulis to address that in his remarks.
Yes, that's right. That's what we normally do, isn't it? Yeah. Councillors, I won't be supporting the budget tonight, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Is that whether you're federal, whether you're state, or whether you're local, you've got to focus on the environment that's happening in your community right at the moment, right at that time, and each level of government does that. Councillor Griffith pointed out a few moments ago that we're facing major cost of living pressures in many areas of our fees and charges, many areas. And I looked at some of those things. They'll be hitting the lowest income families They'll be hitting the lowest income families, families doing it tight, even middle income families doing it very, very tight with cost of living pressures at the moment. We're looking at issues of health and fitness. That'll go. We're looking at issues of sports. Maybe some kids won't be able to participate. We're looking at access to community facilities where our community enjoy those things. That's problematic for me, where we have not noticed these things going on. We knocked up a motion for food. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm in Inner West Council, $50,000 for food, yet we propped up our stalls by $350,000 to go out there doing stalls. What messages are we sending our community about who we are and how socially progressive we are in this budget, and how we're trying to do our best to understand cost of living, to understand housing pressures? And then, of course, I'll go back to the other issue. I don't see enough of the focus on our basic services. Enough questioning, enough focus on our basic services. So there are a range of things. There are other things that I could mention, but I only have 2 minutes to speak. But I simply can't support it. I think it's out of tune with where the economy's at and with where our local economy is at. Thank you.
Councillor Stamos, can I just put a question to you? So in opposing the budget and not adopting a budget, do you have any mitigations that you'd like to put in place when we're not able to pay staff wages or to carry out basic services with no budget approved?
Yeah, you've got to focus with both Councillor Griffith and I on staff wages. No, there's been no staff wage issue mentioned in my discussion. I'm not too sure.
Sorry, just for clarity.
If we don't have a budget, we can't
In
pay.
opposing that a budget be adopted, then obviously on July 1
I've
there'll
spoken,
be no
Mr.
funds.
Mayor. Thank you, I've spoken.
Sorry, I'll just, with great respect, restate the question without being spoken over the top of. So you're opposing the budget being adopted at all. Do you have any mitigations that you'd like to propose to us as an elected body for what we would do on July 1 when there's no funds available for the services?
Mr. Mayor, I think that if we had greater consultation with councillors about the budget, I think we'd get some of these things sorted out.
With respect, you just voted against that.
Yeah.
No mitigations? Okay. Thank you for that. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for his right of reply.
Yes, look, I'll just address a few matters as we go forward. Firstly, it is important that we continue to have the funds to raise the services that we provide. Wages are a major component of the council budget. We understand the USU might be successful in getting a higher wage increase than initially we anticipated. That puts some stress. If we don't take that in terms of the increases, then what we do is to continue to put pressure on those services and have things like childcare and sport and aquatics look unsustainable. What we are trying to do is be responsible, pay decent wages in line with the award conditions, and keep those services going. We forego once an increase in children's services. It just put pressure on that budget. It just made that look more difficult to sustain and explain. In relation to poverty, we all know poverty is real. We all know poverty is in our community. We should be advocating to the Commonwealth and to the state governments to address that. That is their job. That is why they are elected. We are a local council with limited money. We cannot print money. We cannot sell off WestConnex. We do not have that sort of ability. We need to live within our means, or we will not be able to produce further services and facilities for our community. I think what we've got here is a step with a significant improvement in our customer service, and we all get lots.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an extension of time for 2 minutes for Councillor Drury.
Councillor Stevens has moved an extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed.
We all know that our customer improved service needs to improve, or our resident service needs to improve. It is what, as councillors, is raised with us time and time again. Peter and the staff are working on it. There are committees and subcommittees and all that going on. We need to back that in. We need to put money in it and get that going. Luckily, we've got some revenue from our really astute investment properties to actually be able to do that, and that's a really good thing that we've done. We want to crack on with the Greenway. The Greenway, 27 million we're going for this. We are really going to make a big push to get that to happen. That is another great thing about this budget. We're going to increase our main streets because we know the main streets are the heart and the soul within our community, and I think COVID really taught us that. We've got a record high expenditure on roads and footpaths, and we'll put an extra 2 million in to help you if you're in a tram or a wheelchair getting around in terms of that really important project. We've got the most fundamentally important environmental project going that we can. The food recycling, reducing the amount of waste that goes to landfill. That will make a significant step in terms of environmental, improving our environment and the environment in our country. This is a good, responsible budget. This meets the needs and aspirations of our community. It focuses on services and facilities and customer service. I urge all to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. There being debate being closed, I now put the Drury-Byrne motion for the adoption of the budget. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors D'Arienzo, Scott, Howard, Stevens, Smith, Sardulius, Drury, Lockie, Atkins and De Cruz. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Langford, Griffiths, Shetty and Stamoulis. That has been carried. Now,
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor D'Arienzo.
I would like to move the officer's recommendations for item 5. Before I do, I'd like to ask a question to the staff through you. Yes. To the staff, would you please be able to outline what consultation would take place should this motion be approved tonight with the residents affected in the listed properties?
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the consultation that has already occurred just has been in the form of written advice to the residents. Following that, of course, the matter has also been to the local planning panel and is now here. It would go to Gateway, where we would get conditions from Gateway about after a sense check of the proposal, and then we would have a formal and statutory engagement with the affected property owners. So that would be individual conversations.
Councillor D'Arienzo, did you have a further question?
No further questions.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to speak to it?
Mayor?
Would anyone like to amend the motion or to oppose it? Councillor Griffiths.
I would like to just ask a few questions about it and then speak. First question, so number 11, which I believe was the dwelling with the initial interim heritage order, it mentions that Ness previously lived there, who was a previous councillor and mayor. I guess I'll just like officer comment on how vital that fact is to the heritage significance, and if that is indeed vital, what type of activities is his civic duty related to the actual home? Like, did he have meetings in the home? So I'm just trying to get a clear sense of the link.
I'll put that question to the Director.
Through you, Mayor, heritage is viewed across a number of issues which includes both the physical fabric and also matters of social interest, and that falls into the latter category of social interest.
Thank you for that. Did you have a further question, Councillor Griffiths?
I just maybe just some comment about what the heritage listing would mean for instance, if these houses did want to put solar panels in on their roof. Like I know it was mentioned earlier in the public gallery that heritage might impact that. I'm not quite sure if that's necessarily true, but it would be good to just know whether or not a heritage listing would impact on putting solar on the roofs, potential subdivision rules, or dual occupancy.
I'll put that question to the Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Heritage listing and heritage conservation does limit some factors in the future potential development of a site. And at the moment, solar panels is one of those issues. It is a matter that is coming under global consideration, and it's something that we need to also think through here in the Inner West. As we've recently had advice that even at Cambridge in the UK, it was recently endorsed by the council to replace the roof with solar panels as a clear signal to the acceptance of those kinds of issues through heritage. We're proposing to review the LEP, and we also have a range of environmental considerations that will form part of that review, and it is appropriate that heritage is considered within that.
Thanks for that. I'll just speak briefly, Mayor. I think reading this proposal, well, actually, first I just want to say to the residents who I guess reported not knowing about the interim heritage order last meeting. I guess I wanted to just share that I don't really think that's acceptable, and I do think that I would expect that any Inner West resident in that situation actually would be aware of that type of situation, so you can have your say, and I hope we can improve upon that in the future. I also don't think that any heritage listing should. I'm hearing that it does, but I think we need to find out a way that you can do solar, and I think that we also need to find out a way, if something's heritage listed, that you can do infill, and like when I walk past a big house like described, which has lots of rooms but only one person living in it, like it hurts, like it really hurts me, and like so I think we need to find a way that we can allow heritage houses and just houses more generally in the West to be subdivided easier and to have dual occupancies, especially because there's some very big blocks in the Inner West. I don't share the perspective that, for instance, small heritage sites of the scale that we're talking about here today would have a big impact on housing affordability. I think there's much bigger things at work around the financialisation of housing, and this isn't a HCA. This is 4 dwellings, which has been recommended for heritage listing from a very reputable consultant, GML, and I'm inclined to support that. But I do want to, I guess, indicate that I aim to, during this term of council, bring a proposal to loosen how we do subdivisions, dual occupancy, to make it a bit easier for the places in the low-rise housing diversity area, such as Marrickville and Dulwich Hill.
Thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Stamlis.
Question through the chair, if I could. I read through the report and I listened to the speakers, and I'm still a bit confused as to what engagement we had with those 3 or 4 dwellings, or 5. Could that question be answered for me, please?
Put that question to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The engagement of the councillors, Councillor Stamoulis, the engagement of the residents was in written form. They were written to and advised of the proposal, and that was an appropriate engagement. Of course, The statutory engagement, which is the engagement that we are required to have, happens after Gateway, and the resolution of this council, if this goes forward, will be to put this proposal to the Department of Planning for a Gateway approval, and it is following Gateway that the statutory engagement occurs.
Thank you for that. Mr Mayor, if I could just speak for a moment. Yeah, that troubles me slightly, because I think anyone outside the council process would be worried when council wants to do anything with their house. It doesn't matter what it is, and they need to be fully engaged in that process. Now, one of our commitments is to heritage. Extremely important, but it's the way we do it. It's the way we do it. And I feel that these residents have been left out. It hasn't been... some very basic issues came up in the discussion tonight, and I'm thinking, wow, weren't they told? Weren't they advised of this? And I feel as though we left them out of a key process, and in fact we could have smoothed out some of those concerns had we have worked with them a little bit more collegiately and that. So a little bit disappointed in how this has gone, because it does worry people. It does worry people outside council when council as an organisation wants to do something to its property, house or title, whatever it might be. Thank you.
Further discussion of the motion?
Thanks,
Can
Mr
I-
Mayor.
I've got Councillor Scott, then Councillor Atkins.
I just note that Councillor D'Arienzo hasn't spoken to her motion yet, but you're right. Okay. I'd like to speak briefly against the motion. I think the speakers tonight were really persuasive. We heard from people under 30, and we heard from Greek migrants who bought their house in 1991. We heard from people who own and from people who rent, and they explained how this would hurt them and how it would hurt the next generation. Sam Gravanas told us that he and his elderly mother are now living in a 6-bedroom house with 3 bedrooms empty. Why? Who are we preserving this house for? For the next old money family with $3 million to buy. The report indicates that these houses haven't been inspected inside, and the owners have told us that they have done modifications and that these houses lack originality. It was mentioned tonight that one of the owners has tried to subdivide the properties and has sought pre-DA advice from council about that, and they've been rejected. There is no real capacity to develop these houses after they're heritage listed, and I know that this is a step on the way, but I think that we should stop taking the steps on the way. There are both broad, Sydney-wide reasons why we shouldn't lock this land up, and specific reasons that the owners have outlined why these particular houses should not be heritage listed. As councillors, we have an obligation to consider policy objectives beyond the heritage report, and if everything that other people around this table have told us tonight about the cost of living or about servicing our residents is deeply felt, then I would encourage you to also oppose this particular motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Atkins.
I have a question to Director Planning through you, Chair. I'm trying to get my head around the process and what it means once it goes to Gateway. You say we consult the owners after Gateway, but how much opportunity do they have then to really argue the proposal?
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is in fact the part of the process that counts the most in the statutory process. It is the formal time within the planning proposal process where residents are formally engaged and where they are offered the opportunity to understand best what the planning proposal means, not just in this particular context, but in any context. It's the time when the local planning panel has reviewed it, the council have reviewed it, the department has reviewed it. In that time frame, all the technical studies where relevant have also come together, and it is the time of greatest information where the residents can be informed and provide back their opinion in a context of full knowledge of all the issues.
If I may just speak briefly, I'm not against this proposal, let me say. I mean, but in trying to balance all the issues, I think it's very difficult. I think it must feel to the residents that once it goes to Gateway, even though that's the formal part of the consultation process, it must feel to them as if a decision has almost already been taken and they are arguing against the fact that heritage will be applied. So I think it would certainly be a better process for council to give residents more of an opportunity than just the written opportunity when it's an individual heritage listing like this before the Gateway proposal. But I understand what you're saying about. Thank you.
Mayor, sorry. Just briefly, look, I think from the discussion that we've had tonight and all of the contributions that we've had from people in the community, it's clear that we don't have all of the information yet. And as has just been outlined by the Director of Planning, this process will give us access to an assessment by the local planning panel, an opportunity for council staff to provide us with more information. It will give us technical studies and it will give us an opportunity to consult with both the owners of those homes and the local area. I think it's really important for us to take that opportunity and for it to be clear that by us supporting this motion that we are not flagging that we are supporting the heritage listing or not. We are moving this process forward so that we can actually ascertain all of the information that we need to make a considered response and decision to this. I think it's really concerning to look at this and to approach really important local heritage and planning issues with a lens that we should just stop it at this point before we've been given access to all of the information that we need to make an informed decision. So I'll be supporting this motion, not because I necessarily agree that it should be heritage listed, but I think it's critical for us to have all the information that we need so that we can make a really well thought out informed decision.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillors, it's 9:20 and we're only a very short way into the agenda. So is there anyone who wishes to raise an issue that hasn't already been discussed? No. So I'll go to the mover for what will be a right of reply.
Right of reply, very quickly. So in relation to Councillor Atkins' concerns around consultation, I take that on board and I note that in item 15, in relation to the heritage planning proposal, you will hear the words early consultation. That's a part of the statutory process in which our council officers have suggested that we engage with because, you know, engaging in consultation after Gateway is at times problematic. I wanted to note that this is in line with our local strategic planning statement that had been adopted in 2020 in relation to our council valuing heritage. And this process has been a long process in place since 2021. The preliminary heritage assessment and the subsequent interim heritage order was conducted by experienced and qualified professionals with subject matter expertise. They have outlined detailed proposals and assessments looking at the heritage value criteria, of which there are a number that need to be met in order for heritage to be determined. This is not about looking at a building and determining yourself whether it's pretty or not. This is, so we have had specialist consultants, council heritage officers, our Inner West Planning Panel, the State Department of Planning, have all supported this planning proposal and its justification of strategic and site-specific merit. In supporting this motion tonight, it will, as has been outlined several times, it will go to the Department of Planning for Gateway, and then if supported through the Department of Planning, it will go back out to the community for consultation. I commend this motion.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo. So I'll now put the D'Arienzo de Cruz motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Okay, in support I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Shetty, Stamoulis, Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, Stevens, Howard, D'Arienzo. All those against? Against, I have myself, Councillor Scott and Councillor Smith. That has been carried. Next item.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move the officer's recommendation for item 6 with an amendment that's been provided to the minute taker.
Okay, do you wish to speak to it?
I do briefly. Just to quickly say that I'm really thrilled to see this come back to Council for consideration as a result of an amendment that I moved to the draft Arts and Live Music Recovery Plan back in September's meeting last year. We in this chamber know that the Inner West is the beating heart of live music, arts and entertainment in Sydney and, dare I say, in the state of New South Wales. And we are determined to keep that mantle. It's been really exciting to see this proposal capture the imagination and the attention of so many, not just within our Inner West community, but also beyond it. Particularly, I think, when it's operating in tandem with so much of the work that the new state government is doing in this space to better support the arts and to better support our nighttime economy. And that's really exciting. It feels like we're really seizing a lot of momentum in this space. I know I don't have to convince the people in this chamber about the importance of supporting the arts, so in the interest of brevity, I'll keep it short and sweet. Just to note a couple of things. Firstly, there is a really strong economic imperative for council to be doing this work. We are spending a lot of time, a lot of resourcing on our main streets project to revitalise our main streets and high street precincts, particularly in the wake of COVID. And we know that that has enormous benefits for our local economy, our local shopkeepers, and driving tourism and foot traffic to the villages right across our LGA. And this forms a really, really key part of that. And looking at some of the potential SCPs that are proposed here, looking at places like Norton Street and Darling Street in Balmain Roselle that could use a bit of attention and a bit of investment, this is a really important part of that project. I will note, following the rampant success of the Enmore Road SCP, it is really important to reiterate community engagement and talking with residents, talking with business owners about the impact of this SCP. And I think the Good Neighbour policy that we recently adopted is a fantastic framework in which to do that as part of these proposed SCPs. Finally, on the amendment, just really, really briefly, if I could get a quick 30-second
You can have a minute.
time.
Moved by Councillor D'Arienzo, seconded by Councillor Howard. An extension of time of 1 minute. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
Thank
Please
you. I
proceed.
tried really hard to fit that in. Just really, really quickly on the proposed amendment to explore an additional precinct along Marrickville Road and New Canterbury Road in Dulwich Hill. This was a suggestion from my fantastic colleague, Councillor D'Arienzo. And I would simply say, why should Ashfield Ward miss out on all the fun of these proposed future SCPs? So it's fantastic to see that we will potentially have new SCPs in all 5 wards of the LGA. Thank you.
Can I presume, Councillor D'Arienzo, that you're happy to second the motion? Do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had some questions, if I may, for the officers, through you.
Yep.
Thank you. So I just wondered, what is council's proposed methodology of consultation with residents? I'm in support of generally of the special entertainment precincts, but just aware that there are a lot of residential buildings in the areas around Marrickville, particularly. So yeah, if you could please talk to that.
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the early engagement, in particular in this instance, is a very important component of the special entertainment precinct, because one very important element that we'll be testing through it is the sound management criteria, through which we will be proposing the sound levels that each of the special entertainment precincts will be required to adhere to in order to ensure that we can promote live music venues while at the same time providing the appropriate protections for neighbourhood amenity. So in the first instance, we'll have letters to affected residents. We'll be providing information and feedback to patrons in the proposed live music venues. We'll have information about them on the Have Your Say page. We'll have face-to-face pop-ups in each of the precincts. We'll have direct consultation with key venues and also with key stakeholders, which includes the police as well as liquor and gaming.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Langford, did you have any further questions?
I do, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just in terms of you mentioned the sound levels, how are those determined?
So we'll be...
I'll put that question to the Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay.
We'll be using the same principles that we explored and we were successful using with respect to Enmore Road, which is we will be engaging a sound management consultant. We will be working with them to set an upper limit, and we will be testing that through over a period of time, and we will be bringing down the limit until we find the appropriate limit where we can have the maximum sound emitted from the venue with the minimum amount of impact. That sets a very clear criteria which will then form the basis of a specification for each of the special entertainment precincts. That's how we have done it at Enmore Road, and it has worked very well.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Langford?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One further question, just in terms of special entertainment precincts and their accessibility, I'm just wondering if you can talk about how council proposes to ensure that those areas, the footpaths and the venues themselves are accessible and inclusive.
I'll put that question, I guess, to the Director of Planning, but that could cover infrastructure as well.
Through you, thank you very much, Chair. Councillor, that issue, while a relevant and real one, does actually go a little bit beyond the remit of a special entertainment precinct, which is really about the management of live entertainment while protecting the neighbourhood amenity and ensuring that we make good decisions in that space. It's also really about regularising the enforcement and regulation so that it's really clear to live music venues and also to the community when things aren't working about what the process is for engaging and making things work in that space. And it's less about the physical form and changes to the physical form.
Thank you for that. Did you have further questions, Councillor Langford?
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else who would like to amend the motion? Councillor De Cruz?
Sorry, I just had a question, which was actually, you touched on the enforcement and the noise levels. Is the coverage through council late at night, or who's doing the enforcement? Because I take it these are venues after hours. We don't have customer service on at those hours.
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the process that we have set out for Enmore Road, which we'll be adopting here, is for after-hours complaints where there is a requirement for an immediate response would go to the police, and that information will be shared with council. Residents or people making a complaint will also be encouraged to share that information with council, because it is the council who will then take any ongoing regulatory action or manage the relationship between the venue and the residents.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply. No need. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously, I believe. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor just to come up and take over the chairing of the meeting momentarily while I go and get myself a cup of tea.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your patience.
Deputy Mayor, I move item 8. I move the adoption of this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please, just briefly. As someone who regularly cycles across our local government area and beyond, and who's a proud member of the Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, it's really pleasing to see the final Inner West cycling strategy. The strategy is the product of extensive work by council officers and follows broad consultation with the community, including with the Inner West Bicycle Coalition and other advocacy groups. We want to make the Inner West the best place to cycle in Sydney. Cycling should be an easy, safe and convenient way to get to work, to schools, to the local shops and to our parks and foreshores. Coupled with this strategy, which includes 6 key priorities, is a cycling network map and an action plan. As Neil Tonkin indicated in the public forum this evening, The strategy should be seen as an evolving document. This is the beginning of the story, not the end. Its adoption is the beginning of what should hopefully be a process of implementation. So the action plan will need regular updating to ensure that the goals set out in the strategy are achieved, as will the network map. And I really look forward to seeing the cycling network map develop over time and be filled in, coloured in, with a growing number of new and improved cycling connections. I just want to also, in conclusion, thank and acknowledge council officers, particularly Bridget Kelly, for their dedicated work on this important strategy that will guide council's approach to cycling infrastructure for years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Articulate as always. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I'd like to second the motion, thanks, and I have an amendment.
Okay, let's have a look at your amendment.
Thank you. I have provided that to the minute taker earlier on.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Langford's amendment? Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Langford, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you. Well, I also want to thank the officers for preparing the report. I'm an avid cyclist, and I think that it's great to have this strategy and action plan. I also acknowledge the speakers and all the volunteers in the community who advocate for the rights of cyclists. I think that we need more bike paths as soon as possible, and while I really support the strategy, I feel that it sort of falls short. I understand it's a live document and it's great that we can update it, but I feel that we could be doing a lot better, and the City of Sydney is setting an amazing example, and Inner West should really be the leaders, and I think it's so important that we step up and basically make sure that we start putting some more money towards our cycleways. It seems to be an incredibly slow process. We're not really putting much money towards it. We're really relying on the state government to provide all of the funding. And we only have one person in the team, it seems, who's really focused on getting the cycle designs together. So part of my motion is proposing that we investigate recruiting more skilled staff to prepare the designs, because it seems like there are grants out there, but we don't have the designs ready. So if we have shovel-ready projects, then we can actually progress the strategy more quickly. Also, that we need those priority routes outlined in the cycling map as provided by the speaker earlier on. And we also need to try and reduce those road speeds. I know that's something that Council's working on, but that would certainly go a long way to addressing the shortfall in our connected cycle routes. We also maintain that list as per the point 9, that we make sure that we include timing and the cost and next steps so that we can actually meet KPIs. I call for an extension of time. Thank you.
All those in favour? All those in favour of extension of time? Okay, that's passed.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So, yeah, basically just these points come out of consultation with the cycling groups, and I would really like to see the Inner West progress further on our cycling. It's great we're fixing up Carrington Road, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions for you, Councillor Langford. Have you costed these amendments, and do you have a funding source?
No, they're not costed at this stage. I guess I would seek for Council to look for opportunities in the next quarterly budget.
There's actually no cost associated with any of this. It's an investigation.
Sorry, Councillor Shetty, I wasn't asking you a question.
Sure.
I was asking Councillor Langford. So these are not costed?
Correct.
And there's no funding source? Okay.
Correct.
Have you sought officers' comments on your amendment and been provided with feedback?
No feedback has been sought, no comment provided.
Okay. I would like to ask a question then of the Director of Infrastructure. Just to comment, perhaps we will ask now for officer comments about whether, as I suspect, a number of these points are actually covered by other priorities or strategies of the Council, particularly the prioritisation of active transport and the 40K zones.
Through the chair, a number of points are covered in existing programs, so the consideration of reduced speed limits is part of our Inner West at 40 project, which is currently underway, and our local area traffic management plans will consider cycling access as appropriate.
And just a final question, could you confirm that item 5, which would be recruiting staff, that would have a cost?
Through you, Chair, yes, it would.
Okay.
Can I have some questions? I've got a couple of questions.
Yes, Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. So just to clarify, because I think you might have misread the point 8, it says that consideration in the plan and in the local area traffic management plans should be given not only to 40 kilometre zones.
Sorry, is this a question or a
Yes,
comment?
it is. Can I finish? Thanks.
Gotta have a question
But
mark.
also 30 kilometre per hour and 10 kilometre per hour zones where appropriate. So I don't think you quite covered that question in your response. Thanks. Sorry, I understand it's a bit hard to read from there.
Through the chair. The Inner West at 40 has been expanded to include consideration of 30k limits. The 10k limit is something that would apply generally to a shared zone, which would be much more complex. However, we'd be heading that direction. So one of the aspects was we'd look at 40 for our local streets where we have high pedestrian activity or high generation and conflict. We'd be trying to convince Transport for New South Wales to go with a 30k zone.
Just had another question. The first point 5 says that council officers investigate recruiting more skilled staff. So does it cost any money to investigate whether you could recruit any more skilled staff who are more focused on active transport?
We can certainly, through you, Chair, we can certainly investigate opportunities, though after that investigation a decision would be made which would require funding.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further speakers on this amendment?
May I second the amendment?
I think Councillor De Cruz seconded the amendment. Did we already? Yeah, we did that, sorry.
We didn't.
Are there any further speakers on this amendment? Councillor De Cruz?
That's very interesting about whatever that
Make this a question.
Make this a question, or can I speak to the motion?
You said you had a question.
Oh, yes, I do have a question. There are various crossings and things which haven't been included in the action plan, like crossing of Johnson Street on the Albin Street cycleway. Canterbury Road has been pointed out, there's no safe crossing, so you just decide that you stay on one side of the Canterbury Road or the other. Addison Road, there's a specific submission made to the council budget, and the response was that's in the plan, but I don't see it in the action plan. And later on, I've got the audit of all our cycleways and cycle routes. So I am a bit concerned that when you ask, has any of this been funded?
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, I will ask you to actually ask a question if that's what you're doing.
This actually looks like a whole list of things. What was the decision making of what was included, what was budgeted in the cycle project?
Sorry, that's in the report. Go on.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm assuming that you're talking about what was included in the precise action plan that gives the budgets and timelines.
Yeah, the very short action plan.
The action plan was prepared on the concept that it would be reviewed in 12 months. So these were the priority measures that we could see being acted on as soon as possible with the funding that's available and what could be fitted into the budget. The 12-month review will be what starts establishing a much longer-term rolling program and will be a broader action plan. And that's where these types of things have to be built into it. So it was very much aimed at what is a priority that we actually can build and afford to build at this time.
Yeah, my concern with that approach is that cycling's underfunded, underconsidered. People are trying to cycle.
Point
They're
of order,
using
this
electric
sounds
bikes.
a lot more like cross-examination rather
They're
than
using
questioning.
electric bicycles.
Yes, I agree.
So,
Councillor De Cruz, come to your point.
So, if the councillors would let me speak. So, you're going to accept my amendment?
Point of order again, Councillor De Cruz. It needs to be a question.
Sorry, I'm going to hear.
really?
Sorry,
Chair.
Councillor De Cruz, I will call you to order. I'm going to hear from Councillor Stevens on his point of order, and he'll be heard in silence.
Chair, it's important that councillors abide by the code of meeting practice. By all means, we can ask questions, but they ought to be questions and be concise questions directed to an appropriate officer.
Yeah, I concur. Councillor De Cruz, if you have a genuine, brief and clear question, sorry, Councillor De Cruz, that language is unbecoming of this chamber, and I will call you to order. Okay? Now, if you have a brief and clear question, you may ask one final question. You have asked two already, and then we will move on.
Well, I actually want to know how the budget was derived, and the point I was going to make was that we are actually setting the kinds of things we want to do by asking for the money, because the other levels of government do not know the sorts of things that need to be funded. So if we start saying these sorts of things need to be funded, we'll give them a hint.
Okay. You can answer that if you think you can answer
Through the
that.
Chair. What we worked on is the strategy is establishing that longer term approach. We were constrained by a specific budget, so we worked within that budget. And a lot of that was what we were anticipating for grants that we've already applied for or what we have funds for at this stage. So the idea was the 12-month review starts bringing in the bigger picture strategy stuff and particularly the network plan map that we have in there. So this was to get a strategy in place because Ashfield has never had a strategy, and we wanted to get some harmonisation on the way we even called routes, because Leichhardt called routes one thing and Marrickville called them another and Ashfield didn't have any. So it was get the runs on the board, get this strategy in place, get an action plan which is workable right now, and then in 12 months have a new action plan that gives us that expanded scope.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Stevens for his right of reply unless there are any. Do you want to speak against the motion, Dylan?
I just have a question to staff, if that's okay, Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Ryan, Manood and Ken for, I guess, bringing this as far as it's come, and to all the staff who have worked on it. My specific question, which I sent through an email, was around east-west links, linking from the Summerhill near Gadigal Reserve, Longport Street car park. We have a separated cycleway there, linking that up to, I guess, Croydon and Ashfield Aquatic Centre, which I think is actually a big artery because it would intersect with both the Greenway and potentially the Iron Cove Creek. But I don't see that in the action plan, and that has me concerned. So can you please comment on funding for separated cycle links east-west through Summerhill, Ashfield?
Yes.
Through the Chair. Yes, Councillor, there's two parts to that question and how it happens. Part of it is that, as I said, we were getting the map in place and the strategy, and those routes are shown on the map. So they are ones we bring into play. Before we could get the east-west connections for South Ashfield onto North Ashfield, we needed to find out what's happening with the Iron Cove Creek Masterplan and what is happening with that investigation area. So you'll note on the map there is a North Ashfield investigation area. The east-west routes have to feed into those, and Elizabeth Street is one of the most critical elements there, mainly because we've got no width and we've got buses on there, so it's dangerous as it is without more cycles on there, so we have to work out what we can do. So the decision was made that we wouldn't enunciate east-west links there until we could find where we're going to link them to get that continuity of flow. Iron Cove Creek Master Plan, that route would give us a really good solid one that we could link to, but we still need to see what the public's doing with that when the draft is exhibited.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just a second. Councillors, I'd just like to remind you all, it is 10 p.m. We are on item 8 of 58. We started off really well.
Chair, you're spending a lot of time talking. I could have finished by now.
We've done a really good job of collaborating. Let's continue on in that spirit. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. I'm just not clear on whether we're speaking to the amendment or the substantive motion. Can you just clarify
You
that
are
for me?
speaking to the amendment.
Okay, sure. I'd just like to commend the work of staff and the bicycle working group, especially you, Ken, and to Manod and Ryan, and to the local bicycle user groups and everyone in the community who contributed to this strategy. The strategy is excellent and it does a really great job of highlighting the many important issues when it comes to progressing cycling. I don't want to take too much time to speak about my passion for cycling, but I think that there's many people in our community who would cycle if they could, if they felt safe. And for all those people, it's really critical that we get this cycling strategy right. Cycling is a powerful way of fundamentally changing our residents and workers' travel for better health, but also for better environmental outcomes. I think that Councillor Langford's amendments are just seeking to sort of tackle concerns around the lack of those longer pipeline projects. I understand that there's some issues trying to get those in the pipeline, but I think what we've seen historically is a fairly reduced focus on cycling from within the traffic team when the focus has been primarily on car movement, and we've occasionally missed opportunities to get state funding from for projects because we haven't had that pipeline of work. So I think that that's what Councillor Langford is seeking to do through these amendments, and just having that sort of broader focus on cycling throughout the traffic planning and not just sort of stand alone in the cycling strategy. I think too, these amendments are just looking to strengthen that action plan so that we can get more people cycling and so that we can measure our own success, which I think from my perspective is probably one of the only things we're missing in that action plan part, is that ability to look retrospectively over the last 12 months or 2 years and say, have we achieved what we've been trying to do with this strategy by having measurable outcomes. So thank you again for your work, and I'd like to support Councillor Langford's amendments.
Okay. Is there anyone who'd like to speak against
Chair,
the amendment?
I'd like to
Sorry.
move extra 10 minutes because I think otherwise the meeting closes at 10.
No, it closes at 11.
Chair, I'd like
Thank you,
to speak
Councillor
against the
Stevens.
amendment. So the amendment's not
ahead.
The amendments are not accepted, and I wish to speak against them briefly. I must confess some degree of frustration that we are seeking at this stage, at this late hour, to be rewriting effectively the strategy and action plan. This document wasn't produced out of nowhere. We've been briefed on it. Many of us have had lots of conversations with council officers about it. This is not the appropriate time to be pulling apart key elements of the strategy, frankly, and changing them. So I think it's just not appropriate at all. If the action plan needs adjusting, as Neil Tompkin indicated in the public forum, that's something that can be done on a rolling basis. This is not the appropriate juncture to do it. Let's work with the community and with council officers to get the right outcome, not at 10 o'clock at night when there's been no discussion or foreshadowing of any of these ideas with any other councillors beforehand.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'm going to put this amendment to a vote now. All of those in favour of the Langford de Cruz amendment, please raise your hands. In favour of the amendment, I have Councillors de Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Shetty, Stamoulos and Lockie. All of those opposed, I have Councillor Drury, Sadulia, Smith, Stevens, Howard, Darienzo and myself. The Mayor is absent. I will use my casting vote to defeat that amendment. We are returning to the primary motion. Is there any other speakers for or against the primary motion? Thank you. We will put the primary motion to a vote. All of those in favour of the cycling strategy, thank you. That has been carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Howard.
I'd like to move item 10, Marrickville Mosaics.
Excellent. Is there a seconder for this item? Oh, sorry.
Councillor Howard?
Oh,
Can you
okay.
speak to it?
I've just circulated earlier 4 amendments. I don't want to speak at length. These have been negotiated with the Marrickville Heritage Society. Rod spoke earlier, gave a very passionate and eloquent and considered speech about the value of these mosaics, raised some concerns just around making sure that we really focus the original artists in any restoration works that occur, that we are looking to do this in an economically and fiscally responsible way, and that any applicant who wishes to put in a development application be informed of the value of the murals, and that actions be put in place to protect them if there are any footpath works or anything before we get to that master planning process. But again, this was written in conjunction with the Marrickville Heritage Society, trying to respond to some of those concerns.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against it? If not, I'll move that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor, may I move item 12?
We're up to
Wait,
item 11.
not before I
I'll go to
move
Councillor
number
Howard.
11. Thank you, Councillor Drury.
Off the mark, you've got to give him...
I know, gosh. I apologise in advance for the lengthy amendment that I'm about to put to our FOGO report, and I thank staff for their work. And I really want to congratulate everyone in council and in the community for this exciting and important milestone. On 9th of October, every house in the inner west will have access to food recycling. Every one of us will be able to do our bit to reduce waste going to landfill and reduce our ecological footprint. My amendments, in short, just do the following. So they strengthen our focus on communicating in community language. We know a significant number of people in our LGA speak a language other than English at home, and we have a responsibility to ensure we communicate directly about the changes and opportunities associated with FOGO food recycling. Secondly, we want to ensure that residents are aware they can access an additional yellow and green lid bin for free as we navigate the changes in behaviour together. 3, we want to strengthen accountability for councillors by ensuring that our elected executive and the Mayor and Deputy Mayor are consulted on public-facing communications, and we want to build excitement and make it as clear as possible the date when FOGO food recycling service will begin. When it comes to the campaign itself, I think it's critical that we don't rely on an acronym. People understand what food recycling means, and importantly, it's a phrase that describes an action. The act of food recycling makes a difference. FOGO is an acronym of a noun that doesn't explain very much and cannot be translated. I propose using both terms in all communications, including the visual materials proposed by ICON, so that we're communicating as directly as possible with the people we're seeking to inspire to make change. With my amendments, I'm also seeking to request further information, and that's all, on a number of initiatives in the workshop that's to come and at the August report that has been proposed by council staff.
An additional 2 minutes of time.
Thank you.
Smith has moved an extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by Councillor Sardulius. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Please proceed.
So in the first year after FOGO commences, we know there are going to be challenges as people adjust to the new rubbish collection schedules. I'm asking staff to consider an alternative user-pay system that can help add a degree of flexibility to households who may need to occasionally get rid of that additional red lid rubbish and for a limited time. I'll freely admit that the system I've outlined here in the amendment is lifted directly from that was used in Toronto, Canada, where I first lived at the joy and wonder of FOGO food recycling. The system works really well, so basically it creates flexibility while also providing a deterrence for additional waste use, and can also raise us some revenue, which we can put towards covering cost or in driving other waste elimination initiatives. It's just one suggestion. I've left it really vague so that we can just have one last look at other alternatives that might help us with that change. I'm not asking for anything to be implemented, just to be brought back, investigated and brought back in a report. I'm also asking council staff to consider ways we might be able to offer compostable bags in perpetuity, and asking for information about the role of Wastebusters and the EOI for community champions, just so that we have that information available to us. Finally, I'm proposing that we receive a monthly report at each meeting following the commencement of FOGO food recycling, and that a clear single point of staff be appointed to help drive our engagement with the rollout. These measures are designed to engage each of us on council with this process, to improve accountability and transparency, and to keep us all in the loop as we embark on this really transformative change. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Howard. Councillor Smith will second the motion. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Smith? No? I'll just speak very briefly to thank Councillor Howard for his excellent, diligent, long-standing work on bringing this transformation about.
We're all FOGO heroes here. We are all FOGO heroes.
We're all FOGO heroes, but you in particular have worked extraordinarily hard to make sure that this happens, and I strongly support all of the sensible amendments that you've put forward. Councillor De Cruz.
I've got a couple of questions through you to the appropriate officers. Do any other councils use the term food recycling? Because it's really offensive to me. Is composting of the food waste and the organic matter. So I don't know where the food recycling term came in.
Fair enough. I'll put that question to the officers.
Through the chair. Yeah, so most of the New South Wales councils are using FOGO simply because state government is as well, but other councils are explaining it as food and garden recycling as well, but using the term FOGO overarching. So both are in play at the moment.
They're using the word recycling rather than composting.
Yes, because composting is generally referred to as within the home, so home composting with a compost bin or worm farm.
Okay.
Just as a point of difference.
All right. So what about crockery and cutlery? Can that be put into the composting?
No, unfortunately.
That question to the council officers.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Through the chair. So unfortunately, the New South Wales EPA, due to contamination of the compost that's produced from FOGO or food recycling, they stipulated what can and cannot go into a FOGO bin or food recycling bin. It does not include compostable plates.
So does that go in the red bin?
At the moment, that would go in the red bin, but we'd be encouraging people to avoid using it wherever possible.
Point of order, Chair. I believe Councillor De Cruz has now asked 4 questions on this item.
Thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz has
Exceeded herself.
Exceeded herself. Yes, that's one way of putting it. Now, councillors, I'll just note that it's 10:15. We've dealt with, is anyone, 9? We're up to item 10 items of 58. As everyone can see, Councillor Scott and many of us are working to try to ensure that councillors who've planned for having a break during July are actually able to have one by concluding as much of the business as possible. So I'll ask for everyone's cooperation in not extending debate unnecessarily because we only have an hour left until the statutory time at which the council meeting would finish. Less than an hour. Does anyone else wish to amend the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
Just to say, there is one FOGO hero on council, and it's Helen. Thank you so much for all you've done.
And Aaron. Thank you.
No, that is true. You guys are great experts and we're very fortunate to be able to learn from you. Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the Henson Public-Private Partnership. I understand that there is a procedural motion that will be moved to deal with this and item 57 at the same time. Is that correct?
Yeah, so moved.
Councillor Scott will move that we deal with items 57 and 12 conjointly. Seconded by Councillor Drury. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillor Drury.
Simply want to thank the staff for the work that they've done on this, working with the community who live around that park and with the sporting bodies to get this to where it is today. We've got additional information in 57 in relation to the deeds. These are not inconsistent with the discussions that we've had with the community, and we had a consultation in relation to this in the Marrickville Library. I commend this and thank those who have worked on it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Smith will second the motion. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there any amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Declare that carried with Councillor De Cruz against. That brings us to the Leichhardt Oval Master Plan. Councillor Scott will move the adoption of the recommendation. I'm happy to second that. Is there any amendment?
I just had a question.
Yes, Councillor Shetty.
Sorry, I don't know if the right person's here. I just wanted to understand the plans around consultation for this next stage of the Leichhardt Oval Master Plan. Through the chair.
You just want an outline?
Just a brief outline about
Yep,
what
I'll
methods
put
of
that to the
consultation.
council officers. Next stage of engagement and consultation.
Through you, Mayor, and then I'll refer to our properties manager. So the intention is for a second round of consultation to be undertaken from next week for a number of weeks, and the idea is to be able to present to the community the continuing work on concepts that have come about from the first consultation and refinement of costs to get a better understanding of what they might look like before that feedback is taken on board, and then the master plan is developed and brought to council again.
Through the chair, you might have misunderstood my question slightly. Just wanting to understand the methods of consultation that you'll be using. Thanks.
Through the chair.
Sorry, yes.
So yes, we will have a number of drop-in sessions, information on the Your Say website, and also stakeholder workshops for those users that actually make use of Leichhardt Oval. And I'll refer to the manager property for anything else.
Yep, through you, Chair. So there's 3 specific days. We'll just be mirroring what we did the last time. So there'll be another session at in front of the Balmain, in the Balmain Square. There'll be another session down at Leichhardt and another session on the Bay Run at King George's Park. And then we'll be holding a broad stakeholder engagement with the external stakeholders just to go through the concepts and get feedback. And then we've also got the website with the Have Your Say.
Through the chair, is there any plan to send mail to any of the residents that are really close by the Leichhardt Park?
So we've engaged, the week before last, we engaged with the residents actually back onto the park. So we had a specific session with them at the Centurion. We'll be doing a mail out this week to all of the residents across the LGA, like we did last time. And
Fantastic, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no further Councillor Stamos.
So a further question, I put along the lines of Councillor Shetty in terms of the consultation. Residents have asked me about whether council are going to put forward more concrete proposals in terms of the designs for elements like the car park, which residents are concerned about or need to know more information about. The impact on trees and any green space in that area. Residents would be very concerned about that as well and want to know more information. Will this be provided to residents so that they can enter into strong discussion and feedback with council?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. At present, they're preliminary concepts that we want to understand if the community work with them. So things like, it wouldn't have detailed design for a car park, for example, but we'd want to hear what people were considering in their regard of it in terms of size or bulk or their expectations or constraints that they considered there, and that would be fed into the master plan.
There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Scott.
I believe we've dealt with item 14. Before we get to item 15, in consideration of the late hour, I'd like to bring forward a couple of items from the notices of motion as a procedural motion to be dealt with now. That is item 33 and item 40. And I would just also like to clarify with Councillor Langford that if item 40 is dealt with, that her notice of motion, which is item 45, has been dealt with and will be withdrawn. So I think we might have the option of getting through 3 more items right now. But once again, I would urge everyone to collaborate.
Okay, thank you for that. So Councillor Scott is moving a procedural motion to bring forward items, which just clarify for me again.
33, which is
33 and 40.
Anti-poverty food relief, and item 40, which is Henson Park lighting.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Which brings us to item 33. Councillor Lockie?
Thanks.
The mover of that? Thank you.
Give me a minute, because I must admit I was looking at it being item 33 and thinking, no way, we're getting to this tonight. But here we are. Look, I will move the motion that's on the papers with an amendment to the point on the grant funding, given that that refers to it being moved. And Catherine, I'll just send this through to you now. A little bit more along the lines of how we deal with things when budgets have already been passed, to look at it in the next quarterly review. I'm not going to give up on it. So yeah, look, I mean, we've covered a lot of the issues with this for me. I guess for me, one of the enduring images of the COVID crisis in our area was seeing those queues and queues of people at Addy Road in Marrickville lining up to get food relief because they could no longer afford to feed themselves. Whether that was because they'd lost work as a result of the pandemic, because they were asylum seekers, international students or refugees who had been left behind by government support, or because they were people who were already living in poverty or teetering on the edge of it and the pandemic pushed them off the cliff. I was horrified then, and I remain horrified now, that people living where we are, one of the richest cities in one of the richest countries in the world, are not able to put food on the table. I think that's unconscionable. I brought the motion on food security to council last year because that problem, while perhaps not being as visible as it was at the peak of the pandemic, had continued to worsen. And I've worked with Councillor Griffiths to bring this motion to council tonight because since that time the situation has not improved, it's gotten worse. We've quoted statistics from Addy Road and the Reverend Bill Cruz Foundation in that motion that show how dramatically the issues of food insecurity and poverty have continued to escalate in our area. Demand for Addy Road's food relief service has grown by over 60% in less than a year. The Reverend Bill Cruz Foundation is experiencing significant increases in demand for its food and financial support services to the point where some of their teams are unable to meet the need. And a recent survey of 1,900 charities supported by Oz Harvest showed that 73% have reported an increase in demand in the last 6 months. In the case of Addy Road, they've been tracking specifically where the people who rely on their services are coming in from. And 4 out of 5 people who need those emergency vouchers that Robin mentioned, who cannot afford to pay anything for the food that they're receiving, are from our local government area. So this is absolutely our issue and our community that is suffering. I take Councillor Drury's point from earlier on that these are primarily issues where state and federal government should be stepping up. If you know somebody who may be able to help in that regard, please do hit them up. But that's why this motion includes a number of advocacy points on that issue to go to state and federal governments to seek this support, to include those regular meetings with organisations or if they're happening now, make sure that those are reported back to all of us, as well as the funding we tried to move earlier. And to reiterate a call, of course, to raise the rate of income support. And I commend the motion to you.
Thank you, Councillor Lockie. Councillor Griffiths.
It's one thing for Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Chris Minns to stand next to Bill on Christmas Day and participate in a photo opportunity, but it would be a lot better if they fully backed these orgs during this current crisis. I think, yeah, I genuinely ask councillors to revisit the proposal that was put earlier tonight. I think local councils doing their bits amidst exceptional crisis that we find ourselves in, well, that's totally a priority, and that's something that we should all get around.
Thank you for that. Councillors?
I'd like to move a further amendment, please.
Yes.
Which has been provided to the minute taker.
You wish to speak to it?
Once it's up on the screen, I think it'll be explanatory.
Can I ask the minute takers to display
Thanks.
the amendment, please?
Council already engages really well with Addy Road and with Bill Cruz. We have regular meetings that I propose we continue to hold, and that we use those existing engagement structures to track need and continue to work with these organisations. Council is not the funding body for these organisations. This is not a public service. This is not, it is essential services, but it is not a public service, and this is not what our budget is designed to do. I believe that council can support these groups to raise funds themselves and to develop their own internal fundraising capacity, and in consideration of their increased need at the moment, we can support them to do that this financial year. But my amendment seeks to support them through fundraising and not through giving of cash grants.
Thank you for that. I'll second that amendment and speak in support of it. Councillor Griffiths, I was also at the Exodus Foundation on Christmas Day, and I don't think it's fair to describe the participation of the now Premier and the Prime Minister as a photo opportunity. It was an attempt to show solidarity and support with the organisation and with the clients they serve. I note that Tony Burke was also in attendance that day, and there's a long list of prominent public figures who have gone to Exodus to serve food to vulnerable and homeless people on Christmas Day over many years. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a good thing to do. We have provided throughout COVID, at my instigation, on some occasions, ongoing funding for food relief programs through Addison Road and through the Exodus Foundation. We all acknowledged at the time that we were adopting those funding allocations that they were extraordinary circumstances. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. It was not something that any of us had experienced before. If we're going to come back every year and allocate funding recurrently to those organisations from the council to provide food relief, then we should just acknowledge what that would be, which is cost shifting. It's not the responsibility of the council to provide recurrent funding to Addison Road or to the Exodus Foundation. I have not had anyone from Addison Road or from the Exodus Foundation approach me asking for that assistance. I think the proposal that we assist them with a fundraiser is certainly meritorious, and we should do that, and we should advocate on their behalf if there's a shortage of funds, but it is not a local government responsibility to provide recurrent funding for those programs. And so I thank Councillor Scott for her, I think, very sensible amendment, and I'll be supporting it. So we're now discussing the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? Councillor Lockie?
I'm happy to, Councillor Griffiths and I are happy to accept point 5 within the primary motion. I think that's fine. In terms of the fundraiser, look, we won't accept that. I hear your point about the recurring funding and the cost shifting. That is certainly...
Just one tick, sorry. So point 5 is a replacement for the point 5 in the primary motion,
yes,
is that correct?
That's fine.
Is that what your intention was, Councillor Scott?
Yes.
And that's accepted?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry,
Yes.
please proceed.
No, and I thank Councillor Scott for the amendment and the support on the other elements of the motion. Look, my concern with the fundraiser is primarily because at the moment these services are largely relying on donations that are coming in from private sources. And I spoke about that earlier in terms of, one, the fact that a lot of those kind of people who donate to these services are also feeling that pressure, and that secondly, that, you know, I do have a level of discomfort with the fact that we are relying on the largesse of the public to, or, you know, private donors to fund what is essentially a public service. Mayor, I completely agree with you that this is something that should be funded by state and federal governments. My concern is that this has been an ongoing issue. I'm sorry that those organisations haven't been coming to you about this. I mean, they've certainly been having conversations with me and other councillors at the table, I think, about the issues with funding. I would dearly love to see the state and federal governments step up into this space and provide this support, because I think, as much as I don't want to see this issue be such a large one that it requires recurrent funding from any level of government, quite frankly, I think the reality of what we're seeing on the ground and all of the indicators we're seeing with the cost of living crisis escalating is that this is a problem that is growing. It certainly existed before the pandemic. That opened up even further fault lines. We're seeing everything get quite shockingly worse. I say shockingly because you would think the pandemic would be the peak of it, but it wasn't. It was the start of the exponential rise. And I have fundraisers are great, but a lot of organisations, sorry, can I have a short extension?
Point of order, Councillor Lockie's time has expired and I move that we do not extend it. We need to move on.
For an extension of time, which I think someone was going to move.
Yeah, I was going to
moved by Councillor Chedra, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated. Councillor Lockie, I'll ask you to conclude. So, the point 5, the amendment to point 5 has been incorporated, so we're voting on the, and I'll just ask the minute takers to scroll down. We are voting on point 6, the council supports a fundraiser, and that is a replacement for point 6 above. Is that correct? Okay, thank you for that. I'll put that amendment. All those in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour. All those against? There's 7 against. That has been carried. We'll now return to the primary motion. Is there any further amendment to the primary motion? If not, I'll go to the mover for a right of reply.
Yeah, I might just finish off what I was saying. So my other point on the fundraiser, and look, you know, it's good that we're doing something. That's great. Fundraisers in general, and I'm not sure quite what is meant, whether we're talking an online fundraiser or an event and so forth. A lot of these organisations are already doing fundraising. The issue that they're experiencing is the funds that they're raising are not covering the rising demand that they're meeting. And if it's a fundraising event that we're talking about, like I've worked in the not-for-profit sector for many, many years, a lot of those charities are moving away from events as a form of fundraising because it is really difficult to get the returns on those kinds of events compared to the amount of resources that are put into it. And in fact, there is some comments about the Newtown Festival in our papers that note how difficult that particular organisation was finding an event to pay off their major, which used to be their major fundraiser. So that's my concern with that. But look, now that it's in there, I certainly hope we put a lot of our support behind that and raising money, not just for the 2 organisations that are named as examples in the motion, but for all of those organisations that are working so very hard to support the most vulnerable members of our community.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried unanimously. I'll note that it's 10:35.
Mr Mayor?
We'll move on to Henson Park lighting, and then I propose that we move into confidential session to deal with the urgent items in the confidential section of the papers. Councillor...
We probably won't need the last hour, and it might make for a happier local community if we close the date. So that's it.
I'm happy to second.
takers to let us know when the broadcast has recommenced. Do that. We've got 15 minutes left, so we can move on to the Traffic Committee, which is the next item on the ordinary agenda. And can I propose, I don't think there's any chance of us dealing with the heritage matter in the next 15 minutes. So can I propose that and the other...
No, you don't know.
Okay, I'm in your hands. I'll be leaving at 11 o'clock, so thank you for volunteering to chair that debate. Okay, I'll act at your direction. I don't want us to be here till midnight, though.
Councillor Byrne,
Yes.
can I just ask a question on the assumption that we're not going to fly through all the remaining items in 15 minutes?
Into order. The meeting has, the broadcast has recommenced, so we're back in open council. So we're now up to the traffic meeting minutes. So I'm open to a procedural motion that anyone wanted to move.
I had amendments to that one.
I'm getting confused. I'm just letting everyone know I'm starting to get to the point of the night where I'm getting a bit tired. And
All right, Mr. Mayor, the
worn
next
out.
item on the agenda is item 15, which is the Heritage Program.
Okay, we'll
The
move on to
Traffic
the Inner West
Committee is-
Heritage Program.
Mr. Mayor?
Just note that Councillor Howard and Councillor Stevens have left the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've provided an amended version of this motion. Item 15.
I just ask Councillor De Cruz to resume her seat, please, with great respect. Can I ask that all the discussion desist while Councillor D'Arienzo is speaking to the motion, please?
Thank you. I want to be clear in proposing this amendment that we're not being asked to reject or accept a planning proposal. In fact, it's a notice that staff are engaging in the statutory process to commence early consultation, and it's not a decision to endorse the heritage program. It's really important that people understand that. I want to thank the residents who've taken the time to contact me and share their views on heritage. Clearly, there's a diversity of views about the planning proposal, but I want to ensure everyone in the community that this will allow, this amendment and engaging in early consultation will allow you to have the opportunity to have your say. This motion tonight marks the very beginning of the process. If passed, there are three things we can expect. Council will commence early engagement with residents on the residential heritage proposal. Secondly, residential heritage proposal will go to the Inner West Local Planning Panel for analysis and review. And lastly, after the early consultation and after the planning panel review, it will return to a council meeting for decision on next steps.
Thank you for that. Is
Mayor,
there a
I
seconder
second
to the
that.
motion?
Waive my right to speak.
Councillor Smith will second the motion and refrain from speaking. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion?
Can I just seek clarity, because you did mention the substations?
The amendment proposes to strike out point 3.
So
the primary motion deletes the wording that says the council endorsed the preparation of a draft planning proposal to amend the Inner West Local Environment Plan for residential and substation heritage conservation areas is deleted in the primary motion.
So,
do you need further clarification about that?
yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering what happens to the substation, since you said it was only your residential stuff that's receiving.
I put that question to Councillor D'Arienzo.
Yep, that's what the amendment says.
It doesn't proceed, that's right.
Right, okay.
Okay, I'll call
Sorry.
the meeting to order.
Sorry, can I just ask a question through the chair to the Director of Planning? What is your view on what then happens to the substations component of this going forward?
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
We would have a direction from council that work on the heritage listing of substations does not proceed.
Clarity, if you delete the section of the motion that involves putting that forward as a planning proposal, then it doesn't proceed. So we can't be any clearer than that.
Yeah, so
Is there anyone who would like to amend the motion?
I'm sorry,
or
I
to
just have a
speak
further
against it?
question.
Yes?
Through the chair. So does that mean that at any stage in future you'll be looking to go through any heritage process with the substations, or is that scrapped?
Well,
in
that's
in
not a
perpetuity?
question for the director. With great respect, if there's no resolution of the council to proceed with a planning proposal, then by definition it doesn't proceed.
Can I just get clarification from the Director of Planning, just because this was brought by officers? So I just want to understand whether officers can bring this up again later, or whether this means that it's...
But yes, I understand the point that you're making, but I'm clarifying for you as the chair that if there is no resolution for a planning proposal to proceed, then there is no legal basis for the council staff to proceed with the planning proposal.
Can we...
Can I just get an answer from the Director of
No,
Planning? Because
I'm
it's
sorry.
very confusing that an officer can bring a motion.
She's already answered the question.
Well,
No,
she hasn't,
the
and I'm
officers-
asking a further question.
Sorry, with great respect, Councillor Shetty.
It doesn't seem very respectful,
Sorry, if you
to be
could...
fair.
Well,
You're preventing the Director of Planning from answering a question that I'm
no,
putting to the
you're
officer.
interjecting, Councillor Shetty, with great respect, and I know you often find it offensive that I would insist upon the proper process.
Is that what you call this? Okay.
You tell me when you've concluded. The question has been answered. It's
No, it has
absolutely
not.
clear, and I'm clarifying for you. Okay, I'll put the question to the Director
Thank
of
you
Planning.
very much.
Sorry, can you clarify what the question is?
Could the Director of Planning, through the Chair, please confirm that once this resolution is voted on, that the council officers are unable to put a future put a future proposal forward to heritage, to have this heritage proposal relating to the substations? To council.
Through you, Chair, the council officers would consider that we've been given an indication from the council about how to proceed in this matter, and we would need a council resolution in order to
change it.
Which is
go forward.
precisely what I just said.
I appreciate
and just
that,
to
thank you.
restate for absolute clarity, with great respect, the elected body makes the policy decisions of the council. There is no scope whatsoever for the council officers to proceed with a planning proposal that has not been endorsed by the elected body. I would have thought that was a statement of the obvious, but I'm glad that it's been clarified.
I would like to move an amendment.
Please proceed.
And that amendment is to proceed with the, as proposed in the, on the papers, with the substations heritage.
Point of order, I believe that would be a foreshadowed motion if it's in direct contradiction to what Councillor D'Arienzo's moved.
That's correct. So do you wish to move a foreshadowed motion?
Yep, I
Could
guess
you
it will.
liaise with the minute takers about the wording of your foreshadowed motion? Okay, we'll consider Councillor De Cruz's foreshadowed motion if the primary motion is defeated. I'll ask her to ensure that the minute takers have the correct wording for her foreshadowed motion. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the primary motion or to speak against it? Councillor Griffiths?
So, yeah, I just want to speak generally about the HCAs, as is my right. I do think it was quite a large proposal, and I guess I really want to note that my support for this amended proposal really does hinge on that we're undertaking early consultation. And I really want to hear from the community about what they say about it. I want to know what the local planning panel says about it, because when I spent my entire weekend going through these HCA proposals and, you know, really under the microscope, some of them I think were quite similar in the arguments made. Like they were quite general. It was like, okay, in the 1800s, some guy subdivided their large estate. And I really want some more information from the community here, and from, and I also want to see the planning controls as well to actually know what it would mean. So I think I support early consultation, but it was a very big proposal, and I need a lot more information before I would actually go to a wholesale support or anything like that.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Motion or to speak against it?
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a question, if I may, through you.
Yes, Councillor Langford.
I just wanted to understand what early consultation would involve with the amendment. Thank you.
Who are you posing the question to?
Director of Planning.
Put that question to the Director of Planning.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So in this instance, early consultation, similarly to, as per the conversation around the Macarthur Heritage Estate, we would write around 1,400 letters to those properties where we were proposing a heritage conservation affect on their property. Those letters would be very informative. They would include maps. We would not be assuming in those letters that people would necessarily be going to the Have Your Say page or the website, so we would ensure that sufficient information was provided in those bespoke letters. There would be about 8 of them, depending on the different scenarios, that they had sufficient information to understand what was being proposed.
I just have a question through the chair to Councillor D'Arienzo. Just wondering what the logic is behind the removal of the substations, because you didn't really touch on that when you moved the amendments.
I'll put that question to Councillor D'Arienzo.
My focus is on the early engagement and consultation with the community and the residents around the residential component of the heritage program, of which it is substantial. And so I want that to be the focus of our heritage program. I want there to be an opportunity for a diversity of views to be put forward as we embark on this LEP planning process. And I think one way of doing that is to focus on the residential component of the heritage program.
I'd like to speak to this briefly, please.
Yes, Councillor Shetty.
Look, I appreciate the desire to go to early consultation, and I similarly understand that you want to focus on residential, which is important. I guess my concern is that by striking out the substations portion of this motion, that it does just put that consideration completely to rest without having that opportunity to get consultation from the public, to get further information from the council, to get further assessments that we would be getting if we had proceeded with both. And as you have said, I agree that we are not either endorsing or voting, for or against this proposal to actually be undertaken in terms of the heritage conservation areas to be endorsed. I think similarly, we're not going to be doing the same thing with the substation. So I'm just, I'm a bit confused about why we would completely remove the opportunity to review that portion of a heritage conservation area without having the opportunity to have a fully formed view because of the additional information that we'd be able to ascertain. So I think it's completely normal to be looking at substations. Burwood Council is currently undertaking consultation to do the very same thing. I'm not sure why the interest from the press has been solely targeted towards the Inner West Council, because it is a very normal thing for substation heritage to be reviewed by local councils, and I am concerned that the decision to remove these substations is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to articles in the media this week about NIMBYism and this apparent kind of view that we're going to be able to build a whole load of housing on these tiny little sites where there are heritage substations that could potentially be repurposed into housing, as the speaker this evening was talking about. So I'm a bit concerned about this decision to just wipe this out on the floor without receiving additional information that we would be getting if we proceeded with both the substations and the residential portion.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that we put this to a vote. We've heard 2 speakers for and 2 against.
Okay. Councillor Scott is moving a procedural motion that the motion be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been defeated. I'll speak briefly. I'll recommit the vote. Councillor Stamlos was confused. All those in favour of the motion that the motion be put, please raise your hands. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What were you confused about, Councillor Stamlos? It's the same, exactly the same people put their hands up as before. Sorry, I'll just seek clarification. So the motion was defeated. So what part of my language was incorrect? Okay. I'll speak briefly in support of the primary motion. To be plain, I don't believe that new heritage listings on electricity substations should be a priority for the council. No one has ever raised it with me. It's not a resolution of the council that we wanted to investigate that. I don't believe it's the best use of council's resources, and I don't believe that it should proceed at this time. Is there any further discussion of the primary motion? Councillor Stamoulis?
Mr Mayor, the substations involves only 15 items, and I think it's worth having a professional opinion. First of all, a community consultation, and then an opinion from our Inner West Local Planning Panel, a report to come back. It's only 15 items, and I'm sure it's worth the value in doing that for us to understand whether we move forward with the substations or not. So I'll be supporting the foreshadowed motion, which uses almost exactly the same wording as the original motion, but includes the residential and substations in it.
It being 11 o'clock, the meeting will need to close if no one will move an extension of time.
Move an extension.
How long for?
Let's give it 10 minutes.
So I wonder...
Councillor Lockie is moving, and sorry, Councillor Stamoulis, I'll call you to order. Councillor Lockie is moving and that the meeting be extended by 10 minutes. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? No, I'm going to have to recommit that. So we've got a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes. So to be clear, if that's not adopted, then the meeting will need to close immediately without the matter being concluded. So it's moved by Councillor Lockie, seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour of extending the meeting for 10 minutes, please raise your hands. That has been carried. Councillor Stamoulis, please proceed.
So all I'd ask for is point 2. If Councillor De Cruz, I'd like to second that foreshadowed motion that Councillor De Cruz add in and takes it to the Inner West Local Panel for a review before bringing a further report to Council. Just add that half of line back into point 2. That's what I'm asking.
Sorry, Councillor Stamoulis, can I clarify what it is that you're amending?
So I'm amending point 2 of the foreshadowed motion.
You can't amend a foreshadowed motion because it can't be dealt with unless the primary motion is defeated. So I'll come back to you for an amendment to the foreshadowed motion if the primary motion is defeated. Okay. We're still debating the primary motion. Is there any further amendment proposed to the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor D'Arienzo for a right of reply. That's waived. I'll put the primary motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors D'Arienzo, Scott, Smith, Sardulius, Drury, Griffiths and myself. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? Against, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Shetty, Stamoulis and Lockie. That is also... Have I counted that correctly?
Yeah. It's very late, Mr.
Which
Mayor.
way? The motion has been carried. I'll declare... Oh, sorry. Now, we've extended the meeting for...
I'd like to move a procedural motion that all the items that are not dealt with to this point are moved to the August meeting.
Councillor... I'm just going to wait for Councillor Howard and Councillor Stevens to re-enter the chamber.
That was energetic.
Very energetic. Okay. Councillor Scott?
I'd like to move a procedural motion that all the matters we haven't dealt with tonight are moved to August and that we close the meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Drury. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I declare the meeting closed.